The school board work session begins in 2 minutes. Please take your seats. Again, the school board work session begins in 2 minutes. The school board work session begins in 1 minute. Please take your seats. Again, the school board work session begins in 1 minute.
Good morning. I now call the August 7th, 2025 Administrative Briefing and Work Session of the Marion County School Board to order at 9 a.m. Please silence your electronic devices to avoid disturbing others. Mirroring and modeling how our students begin each day, I ask that you please pause with us for a moment of silence. Thank you. I'll now read our board commitment statement. We are the Marion County School District Leadership Team. When we work together, we are efficient, effective, and productive. Our three most important characteristics are dedicated, transparent, and individually responsible. To work well together, we must demonstrate respect, confront reality, and be accountable. We will always put students first. We will leave a legacy of success. I'd now like to ask the board attorney to explain the rules for the public workshop. Good morning, Attorney Powers.
Good morning, and thank you. This work session is a public meeting as defined in Florida's Sunshine Law. The board is dedicated to full transparency in its meetings and its work. In compliance with the Sunshine Law, the board has adopted uniform meeting procedures, including the rights for citizens to participate. The board will allow public comment regarding any work session item listed on today's agenda at the appropriate time. Speakers must fill out a request form located in the lobby and hand it to the board clerk. After the board and superintendent have completed their discussion on a particular agenda item, the board clerk will call the speaker's name in the order received. Each speaker will have 3 minutes. As required by Sunshine Law, the board must maintain orderly conduct and proper decorum throughout this meeting. Finally, speakers must be careful not to violate the privacy rights of others, especially students and their family members, by mentioning their names or other identifying information. Thank you for your attention to these important rules.
Thank you, Attorney Powers. Ms. Martinez, good morning. Would you provide proof of publication, please?
The notice for the August 7th, 2025 work session was published in the Ocala Gazette on July 25th, 2025. Proof of publication has been attached to board docs under proof of publication.
Thank you. Good morning, Dr. Brewer.
Good morning.
How are you?
Great, thank you.
Good. Would you like to start us off with our first presentation?
Absolutely. We have Ms. Boston Ellis and her team will present to us the budget update for the general fund.
Chair Conrad, board members, Interim Superintendent Dr. Brewer. Good morning.
Good morning, Ms. Boston Ellis.
It's, I can't say it's exciting, but the adrenaline is flowing as we go to the next step for the tentative budget. And today we're going to discuss the general fund combined. And you may remember that that includes the general fund operating, the adult education, and the referendum. Okay, it's not moving.
Boston Ellis, Ms. Boston Ellis, can I ask a favor? As you're going through, every once in a while, will you give us a slide number?
Oh, yes, I will.
Okay, that'd be great. Thank you.
Okay, so this is slide 1, and it's the budget topics that will be discussed today. You have a lot of goodies. There's a PowerPoint for today, a hard copy of that, and there's also some handouts, and we'll pause and talk about them as we go along. So the first thing we'll talk about is the all-fund summary. We'll talk a little bit about our property values and the millage rate, and then we'll go on to the infamous FEFP, and then we'll look at each specific fund, and then a little bit of historical data. As with always, if there is a question, please stop me, and if we don't have the answer today, we will bring it back at the next work session. So we will start on slide 3, just bringing back to your attention that our total tentative budget for the 25-26 year is $1.2 billion. This is about $50 million less than the prior approved adopted budget. But today we will talk about the general fund operating, the general fund adult education, and the general fund referendum. The three of those total $652,881,130 million, and that's about 51% of the entire budget. What governs the local revenue that we received is Florida statutes and fondly known as the truth and millage, or TRIM, and there are specific timelines that we have to follow. And as you can see, we are on schedule. We did receive the property appraiser's certified value on July 1, and then after that, you approved the budget and the millages so that we could advertise, and then we had the public hearing for the tentative budget where we set the millages and you adopted the tentative budget. The next item that will happen, because you approved the tentative millages, that has gone to the property appraiser, and our citizens will start receiving their estimated tax bills. And then you and our department will start getting calls about that in the very near future. So the first attachment that I would like for you to pull out is the property values, and it's the millage history. And that has a lot of detail. It started in 1999, at least this analysis started in 1999, and continued on through what we're saying is the second calculation for the 25-26 year. And you can see that the property values, if you can only imagine, $6.9 billion in 1999, and for the 25-26, it's $42.9 billion. So that's quite a bit of an increase and indicative of how our district is growing. But lest we forget, if you look at the 2009-10 year, that is when the recession hit and the property values started declining for a few years. They rebounded in 2015-16. And why is that important? Because that determines what our local contribution is for public school funding. So it's very, something we should always do in that, to be abreast of what property values are doing, and be prepared if there is a turn in the economy. At that time, Marion County, when the economy sort of faltered, we were in a fairly decent position, better than some districts, because what happened is there were a lot of districts that were involved in a lot of debt at that time, and it caused a lot of problems with them being able to make debt payments. So we have to always keep our eye on as the property values increase. On slide 6, this is looking at our property values and the millage rates from the 2017-18 year all the way through the proposed 25-26 year. And as you can see, the values are continuing to increase. As a matter of fact, from last year to this year, there is a 10.8% increase in property values. And that is indicative of a increase in the proceeds that we will receive. This schedule also includes a line that shows you what our millage would be if we didn't have the referendum. We started including this because a board member had requested that. And that's another thing we've done as we've gone through the years. We've hopefully addressing questions that board members have had and incorporated that in the presentation. So also, you can see that our millage is decreasing, basically because of the required local effort, which is set by the legislators. That is the minimum that we have to contribute from a local level in order to receive state dollars. So that millage is going down, but it has not really decreased a lot of the revenue that we receive because our property values continue to increase 10, 11% over each year. So continuing to look at the millage levies, again, our post-VAB taxable value, and that's the Value Adjustment Board, evaluates requests by taxpayers and what happens year after year. The actual value will decrease. So the post-VAB for 24-25 was $38.7 billion. The taxable value for 25-26 is $42.9 billion. So there is an increase of $4.2 billion in our taxable value. Again, a 10.8% 0.86 increase. And this is just showing you a comparison. And as you can see, all of the millages remain the same except for the required local effort, and that decreased 0.0030. So last year, 24-25, our total millage was 6.3230, and 25-26, it's 6.3200. Looking at the change in the revenue based on the change in the taxable value, you will see that we have a lower state millage. It went, higher. It went from $114 million to $126.5 million. So there is an increase of $12.2 million, again, based on the increase in the property value. For the local, the discretionary, and the local capital improvement, which is our 1.5 mil, even though those were the same millages from year to year, because of property values, we are receiving proposed $9.1 million in addition for the 25-26 year. And then our voter approval millage, that's the 1 mills, which is a referendum. It increased by $4 million. So our local taxes overall increased $25.4 million, and that's the revenue that the district will receive for the 25-26 year. The total will be $260 million, which reflects a $25 million increase. The general fund of that $260 million will be allocated $198.5 million. That's in the general fund combined, so it'll be in the general fund operating as well as the referendum. And then the capital will receive $61.8 million. We have a couple of examples for the impact on a property owner. So we have the assessed value. We're using an estimate of $350 million, reduced by the homestead exemption of $25,000. So the taxable value is $325,000 for the 24-25 year. And if there is no increase in an owner's assessed value, the taxable value would also be $325,000. What you can see here is the different millages for the 24-25 year will generate, or will be, the property owner will be assessed $2,054.98. But for the 25-26 year, that same taxpayer, if there is no increase in the assessed value, would be assessed $2,054, which is a decrease of 98 cents. So in reality, most of our property values will increase, but there is something called the Save Our Homes law that came about, and what that law says is that we have to assess the value, or the increase can only be up to the change in the CPI or 3%. So the maximum a homeowner would see as an increase in their assessed value is 3%. And I think you also have an attachment for that as well. It should be tab 3, slide 10. And that gives you the Save Our Homes, not only the 2.9% limit, but it also gives you a little verbiage on how that came about.
Chair.
Oh,
Campbell.
Thank you, Ms. Boston-Ellis. I know the next part, we're getting into the FEFP. So while we're talking millage and all the things, I think it's important for us, and we all are aware of this, but just if anybody out there is listening to this conversation, yes, you will have $63 more on your tax bill this year if you have been in that home for an extended period. You know, if you purchased your home new this year, you're going to see a pretty shocking tax bill, most likely. But if you've stayed in your home for an extended period of time and you're homesteaded, you have the savior, like all the things, it's going to be a $63 increase year over year. But for those people that buy a new home or move locations, that's where it gets really shocking. That first time property tax bill, those are usually the ones we hear from the most. So I just wanted to bring that up. Thank you so much.
Thank you for that comment. Are there any other questions? Because we are moving to the FEFP next. So we talked a lot about the local contribution, and I think that's another thing that our community might not quite understand. And again, it's based on our Constitution, which says that for FEFP, it will be our primary mechanism for funding the operating costs. It's calculated 5 times a year, but in order to receive those state dollars, the local community has to make a contribution. Sometimes we get calls that say, I don't have children in the system, and we just try to remind them that this was based on the Constitution, and our legislators have determined that that's how the state of Florida will fund education. So the funding components on slide 14, just basically, we look at full-time equivalent students, and if you just look at the number of hours that a student actually is getting instruction, but to simplify it, we just use the number of students that we have. And that number is multiplied times what is called a program cost factor. The assumption is a student that requires additional support will create additional costs. So we have to submit information to the Department of Education, whether it's an exception student, or whether it is a vocational student. Those type of students, based on the cost report, require additional funding. So they look at each student, they multiply it times what's called a program cost factor, and that comes up with your weighted FTE. That is multiplied times the base student allocation, which is the same for every student in the state of Florida, again, determined by our legislators. And then that's multiplied times something called a comparable wage factor. It used to be called the DCD, and they really looked at the economy of your community, and they had a formula for that. They looked at things like wages, cost of food, and then they would look at it over a 3-year average, and a lot of districts complained about that this was not equitable, and so they came up with something called a comparable wage factor. And most of the school districts are at a 1, meaning you take that number times 1, but the larger school districts are a little bit higher. So you think about the Miami-Dade, the West Palm, the Hillsborough, they're still getting an additional amount, but for Marion County, we're using that, they're the 1 factor. And then all the other things that are added, whether it's categoricals or other specific allocations due to school districts. So here's the infamous formula. All the items that are in blue are considered categorical funding, and they're basically coming up with an appropriation for those funding, and then they look at the number of students that we have and allocate it based on that. What I would like to bring to your attention is in that third column, it's called Academic Acceleration Option. You may recall there was discussion about getting rid of the add-on for our programs such as ACE, AP, and IB programs. They've done away with doing the add-on, but we have a categorical now that takes the place of that. And so our allocation is about $7 million, and we're working with Mr. Whitehouse through the technical way of how to apply this to our schools. They'll still get the bonus, and then we've got to determine that this even includes the CAPE funding, the vocational funding. So we've got to take that money and sort of pull it apart and provide it to the programs that have earned those dollars. But there was a lot of work done, and so it didn't go away. It's just back to us in the form of a categorical. So, victory to the schools. On the fourth column, or fourth level, there's something called state-funded discretionary supplement, and that's $11.8 million. This is only available to the district if the estimate of family empowerment scholarships goes over what they have allocated for us. So if it goes over, then they will use those dollars. So we can't budget that money. We have to wait and see how the family empowerment scholarship numbers come in. The other item I'd like to point out to you, a few years ago, instructional materials, the teacher salary increase, and I believe it was another category, the reading program, were also categoricals. Those funding sources have been rolled into the base student allocation, and that's typically what happens. So we're still providing the district departments who are handling these funds, we're still providing the dollars for the teacher salary increase. As a matter of fact, this district gives more than what they're allocating. I think they allocated a little less than 1% for teacher salary increase, but the Marion County School District has always provided additional funding up over and above what has been allocated.
Yes.
I think that's important to.
Ms. Thrower.
Yes, as you were sharing, just wanted to ask where the extra money comes from. What funding mechanism do we have to pay our teachers more of a salary increase than you said? How much?
It's a little under 1%, I believe.
Under 1% is what we are being allocated for raises for teachers this year.
Like everything else, like the increase in retirement, it's pretty much coming from just what's available. So if you think about it, we're setting aside money in the budget to pay those additional dollars to our teachers and our instructional staff. It should be included in the base student allocation, but if you think about our base student allocation only increased $41, that's a lot of items that are embedded in that. So it's sort of hard to pull it apart and tell you how much and where it comes from. It just gets put in the pot, and it's another one of those unfunded mandates or partially funded mandates. That would be the best answer that I have for that.
Right, and thank you for fleshing that out, because it's a community awareness thing, because what I'm understanding is that every year we're taking money from our reserves, to pay for recurring costs. So if, I know teachers would not be satisfied with a less than 1% raise, nor should they be. But we fill in the gap by using resources that we have at the moment, but that we might not have in the future. And that is the conundrum, and something that I'm looking forward to getting much more specific about. I'm asked all the time, well, what are these unfunded mandates? You know, what do you mean you don't have enough money or partially funded mandates? Because if we only use the money for our budget, you know, to build our budget with what we're actually being given, it would be interesting to see that difference in number, you know, which means the rest of the money has to come from somewhere to do everything that we're needing to do, and those are a few somewheres now. We finally got sales tax after, what, a 13-year hiatus. We've had the funding referendum several times around now, which is up to 41 million now. So those are the things that are rolling through my mind that are really important for the community to begin to understand at more than a basic level or at no level at all. It answers a lot of questions about why we're where we are.
I think if you look year over year, the revenue that we receive is typically less than our expenditures. And we have been living off our fund balance. Some other things that we do as well is we get around to March and April and we start analyzing the budget. You know, is this something you really need to purchase for the current year? Because the funding should benefit students and our entire population. It should benefit in the year that we receive it. So we do things like cut off spending. We look at other ways of using the funds that are available at that time. I don't want to say we were supplanting, but we're looking at, is this something that really is supplemental and could be paid out of a grant? And so there's a lot of work done towards that. And I believe that that our district is in a great position, that we're going to look at all of this a whole lot earlier, you know, December, January, and make decisions that impact the current year and, of course, the future year. We've had really good discussions with Dr. Brewer and Mr. Whitehouse and the leadership team about, you know, starting earlier and looking earlier. But a lot of times we're caught in that waiting to see what our legislators are going to do, waiting to see what kind of funding we're going to get. You may recall we should have been through with the budget April, May, and it ended up going through the end of June. So if we're in a good position where we're only spending what we're receiving, then we wouldn't have these issues. But again, just like you said, we wouldn't be providing additional funding for things like raises and other needs of the district.
Right, and this year, I think that you started plenty early, but they weren't the good numbers that we needed to work with because our allocation hadn't been released. It took so long. And then right when the federal dollars were supposed to be released, I believe it was that day that they were supposed to be released on a Friday, we got the notification that they were being held, you know, for review, which isn't a bad thing. It was just bad timing. I wish if they were going to review it, they would, if they do it next year, please, again, since we're talking about doing things early, you know, let's get it done so that we have numbers that are true numbers to really be able to work with. I'm glad you mentioned the federal dollars because that's also part of it. You know, as I sit here and think about it, we've got state, federal, and the required local effort funds, but anything else is we're having to either find a way to pay for it or go to the community and ask for more money. So.
And our community has been very generous. Dr. Campbell and Dr. James brought that up, that we are very much indebted to our community for their financial support. And we believe that they see the need and they support the need.
And we all have said that.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
We've been very conservative in not asking. I don't know how many other districts ask for a half penny or a full penny long before us.
Yes.
But those of us,
Long before us.
long before us, but those of us that have lived here a long time saw how bad it was, and, you know, people were suffering, so we didn't want to put any more on them until we really were proving the need to say, hey, you know, come and take a look, you know.
And you're right, the timing, the impact fee stopped because basically, we said there was really not that much growth, and then the sales tax was discontinued because of the economy at that time. And we didn't approve to extend it, because we could have done that at that time.
Right, thank you, appreciate it.
All right, Dr. James.
I just want to highlight one of the things that you said, which was that fairly consistently, our expenditures outpace our revenue. And it comes down to what we're prioritizing, because we only have so much money, and then we decide we're going to take whatever money we have left over from a previous year, and we prioritize different things. And as the board changes, the board priorities change. And we see that. We've been very lucky, I think, as a community to have a board that stayed the same. It will have stayed the same for 4 years because we've had a level of consistency among ourselves. But I do think it's going to be time for us to really dig in and take a look at what are we prioritizing collectively across the entire district. And we can't maintain overspending our revenue. And so we have to really spend some time in this next year, next 6 months really, determining how far over our skis are we and what do we really have to cut as we head into next school year. Because the late in the game approach is not healthy for anyone. No one enjoys it. And I think the part that most of our community doesn't understand is, yeah, we built 2 new schools, but that money's different money. That money's in this bucket, and that bucket has nothing to do with the other bucket. And so teacher raises can't come from this bucket because this bucket is allocated for facilities and operational expenses. And so continuing to really just transparently discuss how much money really is in the bucket to address operational expenses, and then how far over we are from expenditures to revenue perspective, because a business wouldn't continue to operate the way that public education really has operated, right? It would eventually fold because you'd say, hey, this is enough. We can't continue to overspend like this. We're going to have to figure it out. And so I think it's time, and for Dr. Brewer, it's quite a task to take on as the interim superintendent, but I think we have to really dig in and have that conversation and start problem solving ahead of time so that people can be prepared and we can really have some constructive conversations about what we're going to do.
Agree.
Thank you, Dr. James.
Can we continue just a minute?
Yes, sure.
I appreciate this conversation because obviously it's timely. We're talking about budget. And correct me if I'm wrong, but we have been able to use money from positions that were funded but never filled to help carry us.
Correct.
And we are not going to be in that position now like we were with increasing ratios, which this board was really against doing. And we still disagreed, we still were not willing to do it for kindergarten paras. But this is definitely a new horizon for us. And what you were saying, Board Member James, about, money can only be used for certain things from certain buckets. I do know now that there is a funding mechanism for the upcoming tax referendum to consider tax neutral, flexible funding. And that's something Collier County's been doing that I'm going to delve into more. But it apparently, the simplified version is it allows them the flexibility to shift some money from capital to operating. But they're under a different situation because they're able to build schools for cash because they've had so much money rolling in.
Yes.
But I was not aware that until very recently that there was even something called tax neutral flexible funding referendum. So it's something to delve more into. Nothing like a good late session to get you really thinking hard about, where we are and how vulnerable we are. And at the mercy of a lot of other entities. So whatever we can do to have our house be, as tight as possible is only going to benefit everybody. So, yeah.
I think there are all kinds of things that we could have charged to capital, but we have had all these unfunded needs for years. And I think the latest estimate for the next 10 years is 2.9 billion, and that's even with the sales tax. So that, I believe that's been our issue, because I can remember it being $500 million many years ago and thinking, oh, that's terrible, but it's grown since then. And that was when Steve Barrett was here, and we used to talk about, wow, that is a lot. But we have so many old schools, and we have so many needs that have been neglected for so many years. I think that's why you don't see that happening. Also, we could have charged technology to the capital. We did borrow money to purchase buses, and I know you're familiar with that. And we turn around and pay for that out of capital. So we've been stretching those dollars for many, many years. And all it's doing is growing.
God, we weren't in all that debt years ago when things got so bad, and that's a testament, you know.
Right.
Yeah, we're not gonna be taking much from capital because the needs are just too great.
Exactly.
Thank you. Just to wrap us back up and get us back, we have almost 100 slides to go. I know, Ms. Boston-Ellis. Just tying into the things that fellow board members have mentioned here, I think the decades, I hate to use the word neglect, but the decades of a difference in thought process on how we were raising money for capital caused us to have gone 2 decades without having a new school. And so while multiple developments have gone up all around our community with all kinds of new residential construction and even new, commercial construction, unfortunately, the school district has not had that same opportunity. We haven't been building new until now, and grateful that we have a different mindset, and our community has certainly supported how we get there. Getting back to kind of where we are here, and I'm also going to use a foreshadow of what Dr. James just said, because you and I had a brief conversation about this yesterday. The thing that's most interesting to me about slide 15, I think, and our community may not really acknowledge it in some ways, is the fact that the total local funding we receive, 156 million plus, obviously we have the voted in millage and so forth as well, but the required local funding that we have is about 10% of our budget. So, I mean, yes, their property values continue to go up, yes, all of that, but the state is also collecting money from them in other ways. Sorry, we have a board member on telephonically, and so the phone keeps doing things, but nevertheless, the state is collecting money from citizens in other ways to also pay for education. So I think that's kind of not really understood some ways. Yes, absolutely, we appreciate everything our local citizens are putting in and what they personally see on their property tax bill that goes to Marion County Public Schools. But please understand that the state is funding education in greater ways, and it's also through taxation in various ways. So just for the community's sake, I think that that's an interesting point to note that I don't know that I've ever brought up whenever we're talking FEFP and required local effort versus total budget numbers. The other thing that Dr. James pointed out was about us having new schools and that coming from different buckets of money, and you can't do this for that and so forth. The thing that we'll see, though, when we get to slide 33 is the added cost to our fund balance to operate those new schools. And I've said this multiple times. I said it a couple of years ago when I had the opportunity to speak in front of community groups a lot in 2024. The thing that people don't really realize is the state gives you this amount of money based on the number of students you have, regardless of how many schools you use to operate to educate that number of students, you get this pocket of money. So we can have 50 schools to do that. We can have 60 schools to do that. We can have 30 schools to do that. It's still the same pocket of money, and we have to figure out how to educate the number of students in the best possible way we can. We know that newer is better. It just is. We know that newer is better, and certainly it's better to have students in as small classes as they possibly can be to be best educated. But I think that all of that is going to be pertinent as we continue this discussion, that it is costing us almost $5 million more this year than in prior years because of 2 new schools coming on board. And that's foreshadowing for us for next year when we have a high school that's probably going to be 2 to 3 times what elementary schools are bringing on board. So, okay, that's what I wanted to, I think that might get us back on track.
All right.
Hopefully.
You use the word neglect. I think it's important to remind the public that we weren't neglectful. In 2010, we did run a referendum for a $500,000 for operating and a $500,000 for capital, not for building schools, but for maintenance. You know, it was on the horizon back then, and it failed miserably. It was a different mindset in the community back then. Truthfully, as a grassroots group, we didn't get ahead, early enough to really push it as hard as it needed to be pushed. So this is something that has been on our radar for a very long time. It just continues to be difficult to fund everything that we need and want to do. So thank you for taking a little extended version on that. I feel like these are the work sessions on the budget where these conversations need to be happening. Because we'll probably, who knows what we'll be asking for in the near future.
Okay. All right, back to you, Ms. Boston.
Okay, slide 16, and thank you for reminding me it's 103, but it'll speed up in a little bit.
I'm not intimidated by that anymore after 7 years. It's like we get through it.
On this particular slide, I'd just like to point out again, the funding we get is based on the number of students. That's the first prong in that whole calculation. But I'd like to point out that our unweighted FTE increased from 24-25 to the 25-26 year. It increased by 1,875.93. But I'd also like to bring to your attention that of that 1,875.93, 1,218 is due to FES. So their growth is twice the growth in the school district. So Marion County Public School is estimated to increase in unweighted FTE by 657.93. But my point there is that's another piece of the equation that we have to always keep in the back of our mind. It looks like we're growing financially, number of students, but you have to peel back and look at, well, what's creating that growth? And granted, this is just an estimate, but this is something we'll be watching for the third calc, and hopefully we'll get the fourth calc for 24-25 sooner than later, and we can see where we actually ended up.
Real quick, just in the future, what I would love to see is, because there's a narrative that we're losing students, but we're not losing students.
No.
Most of those students are students who were private educated all of the time, and their parent is just now using public education money to pay for their private education. Which, the carrot's there, you might as well use it. I get it. But if there was a way for us from a data analysis perspective to identify how many of those kids that we're passing that money through were kids we actually lost, they were public kids that went to private, and how many of them were just never in us, they were never in our entity, and they just are now using FES money. If there's a way to do that, I think that would be really powerful, because our number of actually homegrown students continues to grow as our community grows, and we're not losing students. We are just losing the funding mechanism is coming through us and passing back to them into the private education system for private education kids that were always private education kids. So if there was a way in the future to look into that, that would be wonderful, just as a little nugget to have to share with the community.
Can certainly talk to Mr. Ayers and Miss Vicki Vaughns. I know originally we were able to identify FES, Family Empowerment Scholarships, because DOE required us to reconcile. But then 2 years ago, we had no control over that. What I had heard was going to happen is that the students in the private schools were going to get a number or an identifier. I just don't know if that actually happened. It did happen?
It's supposed to be happening, yes.
Okay, so then we
Yes.
would be able
So it'll be
to
interesting to
track.
see if we can really track it like that, because, you know, I would love to know how many kids are we losing and why are we losing them? Why are they choosing private? Those kinds of things. Because how could we work on our customer service and our delivery to perfect that from our side of the table? But also, potentially, what I think to be true is most of them are private kids who are just now using public
Taking
money.
advantage of it, right?
Yep.
Because
Which, like, rightfully so. I don't want it to sound bad, like the money is there, go ahead and go for it, right? But it paints a clear picture when we know all the pieces.
Chair. And sorry, I promise we're not going to have narrative on every single slide, Ms. Boston Ellis, but I think it's a very interesting point for us right now as we think about legislative priorities we're going to talk about later today, having conversations with other districts around the state. We are in a unique position. There are not very many districts that are gaining students, and we continue to gain students. And to Dr. James' point, again, a bit about the private school, public school use of FES, all of that. Agreed. Money's there. It's the way the state's moving. Use it if it funnels through us, so be it. But last night in a freshman new student orientation, I ran into at least a half dozen families that I personally know, and I'm sure there were many others that I didn't, but a half dozen families I personally know that are coming from private to public because of what we offer at the high school level. So we also have that happening that I think is powerful for us, that we are gaining students as well. But that does speak to, okay, for those students that we are losing, at what grade levels are we losing them? Why are we, are there certain pockets of the community who offer something differently? I think that that's powerful, but we are unique. So the fact, I'm going to foreshadow again for something later in our conversation. I know last year one of our legislative priorities had to do with capital funding mechanisms and so forth. I can tell you that is not going to resonate at all at the state level because no one is gaining students at a large level for them to even consider putting money into capital. I mean, they do not want to consider putting even charter school capital. They don't really even want to do that because they see what this Family Empowerment Scholarship has done. And so that's kind of a non-starter, and I would recommend us not making that one of our priorities, but we can talk about that later. Thank you.
Thank you.
Again, I talked about this a little bit earlier. The program cost factor, as you can see, that determines, it's a piece of the funding that we receive. Just want to bring to your attention, this again is based on costs. They look at the costs from the last 3 years and average it overall, not district by district, and determine what those factors should be. So our program cost factors for K-3 went down. As you can see, the 4.8 is sort of like the base, so it stays at 1. And then the 9.12, it also went down from the prior year. Our ESOL program cost factor went down as well. And believe it or not, the ESE support level 4, it decreased as well. But the ESE support level 5, it increased. Career education increased. There were a few years where that factor was even less than the 9.12, but it is slowly increasing. Again, based on the cost to run these different programs. So it's important for us to make sure when it's an ESE, that we're following IEPs, that we're submitting the information, and because as you can see, we get the greatest weight from that level 5, and also that level probably costs a whole lot more than the basic unit. So that's also important. When you multiply it times the unweighted FTE, you'll see here the weighted FTE change from last year to this year on slide 18 was just 331. And I started thinking about, wow, why has that not gone up very much? And then it goes back to that add-on FTE for all those other programs that we used to receive. And now it's a categorical. So sometimes you have to follow the money to see what happens. So our weighted FTE only increased 330. We talked a little bit about the base student allocation and the fact that there are some items that were rolled into the base student allocation. I asked Sherry to provide some information for that. And when we look at instructional materials, we're pretty much continuing to provide them with the same allocation we did a few years ago. That ends up not being very much. I think in total, we used to provide about $3 million for instructional materials. So we're continuing to provide that same funding. Also, what we used to call the teacher lead, but it's the classroom supply money. They now dictate $300 per eligible teacher, but remember a few years ago, we decided that all teachers didn't matter, so we used their funding for teachers who meet the criteria, and then the district pays for those teachers who don't meet the criteria. As well as FEFP reading used to be a separate categorical, and now that is also rolled into the base student allocation. And as you can see, that increased $41 per student. The prior year, it was over $100 increase, and that's when they actually said we're no longer going to show this as a categorical, we're going to roll it in the base student allocation. And that sometimes happens a lot. We used to have a technology categorical, and there were a few more categorical dollars that we used to have, and those were rolled into the base student allocation. So again, we're providing the same funding or more, but not really able to track or pull apart that base student allocation to see what actually is covered and what isn't. Here's that comparable wage factor. You can see in 23-24 on slide 20, where the state went to a 1.0 factor for most districts, and again, there are still about 10 districts that are higher than the 1.0. As I explained earlier, the West Palm, the Miami-Dade, the Hillsborough, the huge districts, they're getting a little bit more, with the assumption that it costs more to live in those areas. So after all of that is put in the pot for state and local funding, we calculate what's a per pupil funding. And for Marion County, it is $8,943.20. For the state average, it's $9,126.84. So you're probably asking, what about that difference? And that's when we come up with that there's another pot of money called the 0.748 mils compression. So the rule says if your funding is less than the state average, which ours is, we get additional funding if we levy that full 0.748 mil. So we're getting additional funding because our per pupil funding is less than the state average. Okay, so we're going to start talking about revenue, general fund revenue. We have a couple of comparisons, and I've sort of asked staff to go through and pick out some large amounts, but if you want additional information, we'll bring that back next week, or we'll create an email to share that with you. So the general fund operating is made up of federal through state, some state and local funding. The approved budget for 24-25 was $465.6 million, bless you. And as of July 18th, of course, we're not finalizing, or we've not finished with our year end yet, but as of July 18th, our fiscal year 24-25 actual revenue that we have received was $437 million. Our tentative budget is $497 million. So you'll see changes from budget to budget, total of $31.8 million, and changes from the actual 24-25 to the tentative budget for 25-26. There was a change of $60.5 million. And instead of sitting here, we'll just, oh, I skipped one. Okay, sorry. This is basically saying the total budget is $584 million, and it's made of $2.6 million for federal. Our beginning fund balance was $86.7 million. We had transfers totaling $8.6 million. Our local was $172 million, and our state was $313 million. And that's the tentative budget for 25-26. So, got ahead of myself. Instead of looking at this at the summary level, we'll go ahead and look at it at each one of the levels. So, the federal and federal through state, we have several pots of money that we receive. There's the ROTC, and we do receive a portion of the costs to have these programs at our high schools. We budgeted $445,000 for 24-25. We have received to date $515,000, and we just used the same dollar amount as being conservative in terms of what will be reimbursed by the reserve programs. We also receive federal money for Medicaid, and this is another pot of money that is changing. Don't know if it's going to be positive or negative for school districts, but we receive additional funding for students who are Medicaid eligible to cover some of the costs of the services that are required if they require additional services. We do share money with the county, with the National Forest. Whenever the trees are cut, we receive a portion of it, and the state, the county as well. When we have miscellaneous revenue, I think there was some interest in what the miscellaneous revenue is. Let's see. And that was several early childhood music programs that we've had. And basically, because of the Red Book, and that's how we do the chart of accounts, that's what's provided to us from the state. Anything that is not specifically, if we're not specifically told, put this in this account, falls into this other category. And so in that, there were some money that we received for the early childhood music education program. And I think there were selected schools for students in kindergarten through second grade, including A Street, Fordham, Oakcrest, Ocala Springs, and Reddick. The next is the state dollars. There were some, again, the FY 24-25 budget is that first column. That was the adopted budget. And then the 24-25 actual is what the expenditures were at July 18th for the 24-25 year. The tentative budget is the next column. The changes from budget to budget is the next column, and then the change from actual to tentative is the next item. The first item we'll look at, the basic FEFP, and really that increased because of additional full-time equivalent students as well as the property tax. Remember, a portion of that goes to, the basic FEFP because the local contribution is made, the state will allocate funds to us. So based on the additional FTE as well as any of the additional categoricals we receive, it appears that we will go from budget to budget to $15.8 million. The other ones that I'd like to bring to your attention, class size reduction is increasing because of an increase in FTE. The school recognition does not have a budget. That information is provided to us after the grades have come in, and so we know who has increased their grade by one letter and also who has maintained that A. So once we get that information from Department of Education, then we amend it into the budget. So that's why it looks like there's a negative 1 million, because we don't put it in the budget until we know how much we're actually getting. There's a small increase in the VPK program. The reading program is actually a grant that we received. And the other miscellaneous revenue was also a grant. So we'll move on to the increases in the local revenue. The district school tax, again, that's because of the property values. There is a projected increase from budget to budget of about $14 million. If you go down to investment income, we had projected $4 million, and we've actually received $4.8 million. Again, we're always conservative about investments, and that's based on our excess funds, and we also have a company, PFM, that helps with investments to make sure our funds are liquid, they're available if we need them, and these are very conservative investment tools that we use, but we'll stay conservative, and we're estimating $4 million in investment income. You'll see extended day fees. We have budgeted about $6 million, and it appears that they will or have received about $6.4 million, and we're estimating about $6 million for the 25-26 year. In 3491, there are a lot of miscellaneous items. There's sale of junk. There's E-rate dollars that we receive. I think Mr. Benvenuti brings something to the board and say, you know, we're going to spend this much money, but we'll get this amount back after we submit the paperwork to the federal government. So that's a part of that miscellaneous revenue as well. But the largest part is the federal indirect costs. And that's what we are allowed to charge to our supplemental funding, like the grants, Title I, Title II, Title III. We are allowed to charge an indirect cost for things that we cover, such as payroll, such as purchasing, and all the employment services, all these services that the grants are requiring, and we're allowed to charge them an indirect cost. And I believe it's under 5%, I'm not sure. 3.6, thank you, Kayla.
And only 73 more slides to go, so we're moving.
Slow. We're moving, but we're moving slow.
It's a lot of content.
It is a lot of content.
She's so good at actually telling the story,
Well, that's it,
making sense of it.
yeah.
We're talking about you in case you can't hear us.
Okay.
Thank you for were telling, no, it was all good. It was.
Yes, it was.
Yeah, we just, how good you are at telling the story and giving detailed illustrations as to why things are moving and changing and adapting. So thank you.
Okay, so other financing sources, that's on slide 29. The major amounts in that is the transfer from capital fund to the general fund. So that's where you see things like, if there is a capital dollars that belong to the charter schools, it's recorded in the capital fund, but it's transferred to the general fund, and then we pay it to them. I think Ms. Conrad had talked about the pass-through funds, and I think we'll talk about that when we do the capital next week. We'll talk about all the dollars that we receive, and then they're moved over to the general fund, and then they're distributed to whomever. Also, in this, there was sale of land, and this was the land behind the warehouse, wasn't the warehouse. And then there's also funds that we receive from the insurance loss recovery. Again, we don't budget that because we don't know what's going to happen, but we have received $572,000. Okay. So now we'll move on to the general fund operating expenditures. And just a summary, and again, we'll go into the detail. But our budget expenditures are 30.6 million more than the prior year adopted budget. And you can see, this is the makeup of it. Salary and benefits were 8.6 million, purchase services 19.6. Our energy actually went down 1.3 million, materials and supplies 3.3, capital outlay decreased as well 1.6, and then that other category 8.6. But let's look at them a little bit detailed. So you have a handout that has details of the salary. It tells you what object those are in. You also have a handout that has all of the general fund objects. Here we go. And we will post all of this additional information after the meeting. But as you can see, when it says 1,100, this tells you all of the different positions that are in that particular object. So within like the 1,100, you'll see there's school administration, you'll see some central office positions. Then if you go to 1,200, which is basically our instructional staff.
Ms. Boston-Ellis, can I stop for you a second? I don't have that insert. I have the PowerPoint insert, but I don't have that one.
Here, I'll bring it to you.
I'm sorry.
No, that's okay.
Most of the things we do are like hot off the press.
Behind slide 6, or tab 6.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It should say general fund 1,000. Yeah, okay. So this is just to give you an idea of how we are required to accumulate the costs based on the position of the employee. So again, the 1,200s are all of our instructional positions, and then 1,300 include things like behavior analysts. It also includes ESE specialists. We have the counselors in this category. We also have psychologists, they're in this 1,300 category as well, social workers. And then in the 1,500, we have like our paraprofessionals, attendance specialists, our technicians, our ESOL paras. And then in the 1,600s, where you will find employees like bus drivers, I think that's the largest. We have attendance clerks, we have account clerk, clerk specialists, data entry clerks, all of those type of positions are recorded under that. Foremans, groundskeepers. So this is just to give you an idea of who's in those particular groups without going through each one.
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Orr.
Ms. Boston Ellis, under other certified instruction, what number, it's on the pie chart on slide 33, it says other certified instruction, 6.9%. What number would they be? Would they have their own object number? It's 1,300.
They're the 1,300s.
Okay,
So that would be,
I see.
you got it?
I thought it was probably the ones you were just talking about, the ESE specialists and
Yes, ESC specialists,
behavior specialists and so on.
yes.
Most of all of these have to be certified teachers to get into these positions anyway.
And again, we are required to code certain positions and under certain objects.
Right.
It makes sense because that way all of the different reports can be provided, and hopefully they're the same across districts in the state of Florida.
Right. And a lot of these positions, as I look for them, even though they're classified as other, they're also required, or positions that we're required to have in many respects, especially through the ESC department, looking at some of those.
The 1,600,
Yeah, 13 and 1,600.
Yes.
Behavior analysts, behavior specialists, the ESE specialists, the ones that do all the specialized paperwork for IEPs.
you find a lot of our maintenance staff, a lot of the bus drivers, the central office secretaries, electricians.
Carpenters, at least one. Okay, thank you.
Glad I got this chair here. This is a good desk back here. So as you pause to look at slides 32, 33, I just wanted to bring to your attention some of the larger changes. Thank you, Dr. Campbell. You reminded us, and we were working through all the different changes, but I think you were a little alarmed at that increase in the 1,600. And I'm on slide 33, and they're categorized on the left. So I'll just use that one as a way to explain the changes. We had budgeted $60.2 million in the adopted budget of 24-25. We've actually spent $61.3 million as of July 18th. And we are projecting to spend for salaries in this category for tentative budget, $64.7 million. So from budget to budget, there is about a $4.5 million increase.
And Ms. Fastenellis, while we're on that slide as well, I know it shows that we're going to have an increase in school board member salaries. If things stay the same, our school board salaries by statute are dictated by our beginning teacher salaries. And most likely that I know it's just $1,000, but most likely we're not going to need that increase there as well. Because statute says either the calculation the state gives us or the beginning teacher salary pay, and whichever is less. And so last year was the first year that the increase actually said that we would have had an increase, but beginning teacher salary was at $50,000. And so I don't know where we're gonna land yet entirely, but I would believe we're gonna be closer to that than showing the school board also gets a pay increase.
Right. And you're right, it's just $1,000, and we have to wait until we get that information. And you're exactly right, it dictates what the salary is.
But just for the community's sake, we're not trying to give ourselves a raise, even if it's just a small amount of money. That is not intentional, nor is it intending for us to budget it that way. Statutorily, that's what the law says we're supposed to do, either the beginning teacher salary, which last year was $50,000, which is why we budgeted more than actually what the actual was.
Yes.
And to piggyback on that, another myth buster is exactly what you just said. Our salaries are not based on population increase, as other elected officials' salaries are. So it is a challenge for us. Not that we don't love people that love coming to Florida, but it creates funding challenges for us. It doesn't necessarily create funding flourishment, shall we say.
It's supposed to be part-time, but you're full-time, part-time. So it's
forgotten about
different.
that. That's right, we're supposed to be part-time, hey.
Right, and the other agencies, it is based on population, and I think the assumption is those are full-time jobs. I think school boards have morphed into doing more and being more involved with the school district. So it's different than it was 20 years ago. So Mr. Thomas Dyke, who is, he's extraordinary in terms of keeping up with our staffing, provided this analysis for me. And for the 1600s, from 24-25 to 25-26, there's an estimated increase of 4.5 million. So you're wondering, why, what happened there? A lot of these changes were items that were unfunded in the 24-25 year, and they received budget for the 25-26 year, as well as additional units for our new school. And I believe someone brought that up, that even though we have funding for the 2 new elementary schools, additional funding is not provided for their operating expenses, such as the principal, the AP, the guidance counselor. So just because we're moving students over to another school, you still have those, what I call, those are fixed costs that occur in a school that we can't charge a principal to capital outlay. It has to be an operating expense.
Which, if I can just add, the number that you hypothesized was 2.5 million per school, and we're at 4.45. So outside of the administrators, which is maybe a couple $100,000 at each site, we're tracking pretty close to accurate on all of the auxiliary and what it costs to operate a new site, which I dare digress into our conversations from a few months back, but which is why we need to continue to have further conversation.
Thank you. So that includes custodians. There were 9 custodians. In addition to that, there were 5 diesel gas mechanics that we have budgeted that had been unfunded last year. I don't know that these positions have been filled yet, but these are positions that had been unfunded last year, and they have funds for this year. With the diesel gas mechanics, I do recall Mr. Ostanek talking about buses coming off of warranty and the need to have these type of people to service the buses because they're no longer under warranty. And there were some miscellaneous positions like guidance clerk. There's also a planner. I know we haven't hired that person yet. Couple of plumbers, purchasing specialists for facilities, which I know we have not hired yet. Then there's custodians and attendance clerk. So the total of that netted out to 58 units with an estimated cost of about 4.5 million. In that number also is just a estimate of raises if we are able to do that. Are there any more questions on that slide?
No, the slide 33. Thank you, Ms. Boston-Ellis, for that. I know I called and spoke with you yesterday about that. Because as we go to the next couple of slides, you'll see that we are decreasing in
Exactly.
several other categories. And so that one was just alarming to me to see that that one slide is 5.6 million increase. And as we had extensive conversations a few weeks ago, every department is cutting X percentage, and so, but again, onboarding 2 new schools comes with an extensive cost that we haven't had before. So thank you for the explanation, and all of the additional ancillary departments that also are impacted by that. New bus routes would warrant new diesel mechanics, and fortunately, we're going to be onboarding a new program at Marion Technical College where we'll be training diesel mechanics. So hopefully that'll be something that we'll be able to hire our own eventually. So thank you for that, Ms. Boston-Ellis.
Okay, so if I could just go back to slide 31 really quickly, and you can see the energy services have gone down, materials and supplies, capital, as Dr. Campbell said, this is where we went back and worked with Mr. Whitehouse and evaluated department budgets and looked at where we could make some cuts. So thank you for bringing that up. So the next area is benefits. Basically, the budget is built off of the number of employees, and we know that there are some benefits that are tied into the salary costs. We know that DOE provides what our percentage for retirement should be, and you'll see in this calculation on slide 35, the retirement is the highest. We really don't know what that number will be in actuality. It's just based on the percentage that is provided to us in the legislation, and then we look at what we have paid out the prior year and then increase that percentage. So you can see that we're pretty much on point for if you look at 2100 retirement, budgeted 37.3 million, and we've paid to date about 36 million, and estimating about 39 million, which would be reflective of what we were provided from the legislators. And we don't get money for retirement. That's put into the pot of our increase. The next is purchase services. If you go to slide 37, that's it. I'll grab some items. Thanks to Ms. Sherry Simmons, I think she probably knows every requisition that's paid out of district funds. She's been awesome. Professional and technical services, she also provided some examples of what would be charged to that. That's where we record the Family Empowerment Scholarship that we're anticipating being paid out. Also, there are professional and technical services for departments like data center, for our board attorney's office, the specialized attorneys that we may or need. risk management. We also record in that object the contracts that we have with Pace Center for Girls, their dual enrollment contract with the college, mental health contracts, and the ESC contracted services. And you've heard a lot about that for the last few board member meetings. And now what I bring to your attention is that we had originally budgeted $7 million for 24-25, and we have actually spent $7.9 million dollars on ESC contracted services. That's why it's so important that we have IEPs done and that we are maximizing the funding that we can receive for ESC because they are requiring additional expenditures. So basically, all of our contracts with outside professional agencies are included in that number. So that's, you see that $18 million increase budget over budget.
Ms. Boston-Ellis, is there anything that would prevent us statutorily, again, from actually having that as that separate category, giving it a 3100.5 or something, just to pull out family empowerment scholarships and actually show it regularly so we can see and I mean, I know you guys are tracking it, but publicly, can we track it as well? And is there something against that? There might be. That's why I'm.
Public's not allowed to say.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Is there, would that be a challenge for us in the future on this chart to, because it's gonna be a continuing line item. It's gonna be a continuing increased line item. And I think it would be helpful for us to see the purchase services family empowerment scholarship as its own separate item and pull that out. So when we see an 18 million increase, and we know that predominantly at least 10 to 15 million of that is family empowerment, then it doesn't give us that pause to say, wait a minute, what are we doing? Who do we need to go after? What department's not doing what they're supposed to be doing? Does that make sense?
Yes, and I think we could from just presentation.
Yes.
But it all rolls up into that
Okay.
account number.
Okay. So we don't want to have its own separate account number associated for,
It's still gonna roll up into
up
the
into-
3,000s.
okay.
Put a star beside it for
I mean,
mandatory purposes.
We track it already down to its own account number, but when we roll all the object codes up,
it rolls up.
summarize.
So it's a 31 something. And so okay, because I mean, I see we have all just the 3,100, 3,200, 3,300. I understand that. And it's
You want a
in that-
subcontract, a
Yes,
sub
I think
number.
for that specific one, for future public conversations, even if it's like indented or something, I think that would be helpful for us to see whatever that 31,
We can do
to
that.
see it pulled out.
Okay,
Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay, good. Because again, that's going to be an increasing number we're going to see year over year. We don't see the legislature changing that anytime soon, and it will be really helpful for us to acknowledge that that's not something that our district is doing, that we're outspending what we have.
right. And majority of that 18 million is the family empowerment. We had originally budgeted 32 million in the 24-25 year because that's what they told us to budget. And for the year 25-26, right now, it's looking like about 50.4 million.
And then every dollar we go over, we get to start capitalizing on that FTE money that's not in the budget, but we'll get to draw down hopefully, and, okay. But, I mean, it just offsets, it's a pass.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
It's one of those pass-through.
Right.
As Ms. Conrad pointed that out to us, yes. The only other one I'd bring to your attention is rentals. And rentals range from an actual rental, but it also includes maintenance software licenses, all different kind of licenses that we have. For CAPE, there's also licenses that we have to get in mental health. So it's not just like renting a vehicle, it's rental of licenses. There's quite a few departments and schools that have this particular item. And as you stated earlier, a lot of them are reflecting reductions or small increases from budget to budget. The only other thing that I'd point out was other purchase services, and what goes into that category, again, we put it in the previous categories, but if it doesn't fit the other categories, it goes into other. And the types of things that are in there are amounts that we pay for the charter schools, also the emeritus contract that we have for ESC, also maintenance reimbursement, and then charter school allocations. Again, a pass-through. Their funds are a part of our funds, and then we pay them out of that. Okay. So energy is the next one, and we had some discussions about this because you'll see what's included in this is natural and bottled gas, electricity. We had budgeted 11 million, and we've actually paid out about 10 million for the 24-25 year, and we are budgeting about $10.7 million for electricity, even with the 2 new schools. So we'll be watching to make sure we're on point with that. But we did not spend as much as what we thought we would in electricity costs. And if you think about the number of buildings we have, it's a pretty good bill, $11 million, $10 million for electricity. And then gas and diesel fuel, $3.5 million was budgeted for 24-25. We had only spent about $2.1 million through July 18th for the 24-25 year. So we're holding steady with about $2.5 million. Again, that's our best estimate. We'll see how or if the routes cause an increase for the 2 new schools. Materials and supplies. This category, I would take you down to textbooks, which is recorded in an Object 5200. The 9.9 million for the adopted budget included carryovers from the prior year. As you can see, we've spent 6.4 million as of July 18th, and anticipating with the carryover for that and their regular allocation that they will be budgeting 7.4 million. Textbooks is a number that really hasn't changed very much over the many, many years. We did use ESSER funds to make some purchasing. There was an adoption, and Sherry did tell me what that adoption was. Was it science this year? Social studies. So we did spend that. But again, one of the, I guess, help from ESSER was to be able to do more adoptions and purchase more textbooks for our students. We went away from the weekly, I remember that, yes, the weekly reader for social studies. I'll move on to capital outlay. So capital outlay, bring your attention to the building. That's the tech service building from the fire. I think we're really getting close to that being finalized. Furniture also includes computers, Chromebooks, so it's not just the classroom furniture, but that's where we have to record that. And then the land improvements, 6,700. Remodeling is also the tech service building from the fire as well. Let's see, land improvement. Oh, special fuel tax. We receive a credit from fuel tax, and we have very specific items that we can spend that on, asphalt. And so if we don't use it, we roll it over to the next year, and facilities helps us identify a project that we can use those dollars for as well. Okay, we're in other expenses and transfers. 7,300 dues and fees. These are basically for, we have the teacher exchange program and our advanced placement, ACE, FEFP. These are fees that we have to pay on behalf of these programs. Then other personal services, that includes things like stipends as well. And then the miscellaneous is where you will see a lot of the categorical carryovers, which includes dual enrollment, CAPE, mental health, and advanced placement, the IB categorical carryover. And what happens is it's recorded in that 7,900 function, and then the departments or schools will tell us where to put it, where to move that. We want to move it to testing, we want to move it to materials and supplies. But this is pretty much the holding account for the majority of the carryovers. And then the small amount down at the bottom, which is transfer to food service, we have Camp Kiwanis, and as long as the reimbursement equals the actual expenditure of Camp Kiwanis, there's no charge. But it's usually about between $15,000 and $20,000 that the district has to transfer to food service to cover any additional costs of Camp Kiwanis that is not reimbursed. And this is for food only. Are we ready to talk about fund balance? If we can get through the general fund, we could probably take a break after that, maybe?
Sounds good.
Okay.
You're muted, Lori.
You're muted.
Okay, you probably are tired of hearing us talk about fund balance and the importance of having that. And basically, it's the excess of our assets over liabilities. There was some statute many years ago after the recession that said we had to keep in reserve at least 3% for fund balance. And again, a lot of districts ran into trouble when the recession occurred, and they wanted to maintain. And for a couple of years, we had to turn in a monthly analysis of what our fund balance was. And then after a couple of years, that went away. So if it went under 3%, we would have to alert Department of Education, and we would have to alert you as the board and give you a plan to get back to 3%. And then if it went below 2%, that was the time when we had to present to the board and to Department of Education a plan of how to get back to 3%. And the first thing that was impacted, or we were told impacted, would be administrative salaries. But after a couple of years, and I think the economy stabilized, they went away from requesting that information. So the auditors recommend that we have between 5 and 7% in fund balance, and that's 5 to 7% of the revenue. Our financial rating agencies recommended double-digit percentages, so they're looking for anything that's 10% and over. And it's really sort of a balancing act, because we want to have a good credit rating that allowed us to get a lower interest rate when we borrowed the money as well. as just having that financial stability. And we're always told that we should not be using fund balance for recurring costs. And if I could emphasize that to you, I don't know how to emphasize it more, but we need to be careful about adding staff back during this year, because those are recurring costs. And we need to make sure that we're being frugal and just watching that what we're adding back or additional expenditures are things that are not reoccurring. So that's my speech.
I hear you. Here.
So there are some classifications for accounting purposes of how we record fund balance. Just to simplify things, non-spendable is things like inventory or prepaid expenditures. And I say inventory because it's an asset, but we don't expense it until we use it. So as long as it is an asset, we have to record or set aside money to cover that cost. Also, there's restricted. All those categoricals are restricted. There are for specific purposes, and if they're not spent, we have to carry them over to the next year. A couple of years ago, we used this new category called committed, and these are reported as committed. Our board policy calls for, I believe we named it a stabilization fund. Oh, just in time, Mr. Powers. And I know Dr. Campbell is saying that we've got to do something special. I went back and looked at the language in that policy, and I'll have to get with you on that. But I think it said that the board could make a change if they needed to make a change, but I'm not sure that we have to go through doing anything to the policy, but I'm going to get with you this week. But it did say that you had the right to do it, and I believe I remember Mr. Whitehouse got up and got your permission to use a portion of that stabilization fund, because it was about 14 million, and we used half of that to help balance the budget for 25-26. So I'll come a knocking to make sure we're doing it the right way. This is just showing you the ending fund balance for the last, looks like 9 or 10 years, based on the categories of non-spendable, restricted, committed, assigned, and unassigned. And the other thing I wanted to say about assigned and unassigned, we put aside money in assigned in case the FEFP or the FTE does not come in as was I guess estimated, in case there are errors in an audit, and we put aside between $1 to $2 million so that we are able to make those type payments. And then the unassigned, of course, is the 3% and anything else that is left over on that calculation. You do have a handout, I believe. Last year, we were requested to provide a 10-year analysis of the adopted budget versus what actually happened at the end of the year, and also a historical fund balance comparison. I believe that was a request from last year, so we included that again. But I want to bring your attention to a pie chart for the general fund operating for 25-26. You were provided some additional information, but I just wanted to show you that we are projecting $33.6 million, or 6.75% of revenue in the fund balance, and here are the components. Our committed is $7.5 million. We do not project restricted or non-spendable. We just do a minimal amount of $1 million. Assigned, that FTE audit that I talked to you about, and we typically between $1 and $2 million have to make adjustments. based on audits, and then the unassigned as well. The credit rating agencies like for us to look at what they call financial condition ratios, and that's the total assigned plus the unassigned. And that is 5.04%. And that, again, is in line with the board policy that says if we go under 5, we have to come and report to you, the board. But it's only required to have 3% in those categories.
Ms. Boston Ellis,
Yes, sir.
question, and good morning to everyone. I'm looking at slide 49, and I think I heard you right, but I'm not sure. On slide 49, 25, 26, I don't see anything for restricted.
Right. We don't record or restrict it until the actual year end. The assumption when we do the budget is that everything that is budgeted will be spent. And we know that it won't, but we don't come up with a percentage for restricted category, the categoricals, because we are rebudgeting whatever was carried over, we're rebudgeting it for that full amount.
Got
That
it.
makes
Thank you.
So, Ms. Conrad, if there are no more questions, would you like to take a break before we do adult ed?
I would like to take a quick break and let you get a chance to get maybe a sip of water, because you've been talking for a long time. So, Board, it is 10:49. Let's recess for 10 minutes, and I'll see you back here. Thank you. I was trying to make Welcome back. It's 11 o'clock. We're going to turn it back over to Ms. Boston Ellis as we head into general fund discussion on adult education.
Okay. Right before we go into adult ed, you should have received a couple of handouts. And I promise you, we'll make sure all the handouts are uploaded so that the public can see as well. Ms. Conrad had asked about pass-through revenues. And the first one, the general fund pass-through revenue, family empowerment is one. The charter school FEFP, and these are dollars that are recorded in the revenue of the district. The charter school FEFP and the charter school capital outlay, we receive those dollars and then we pay them out. The FES is recorded in our revenue, but we never see those dollars. They just disappear after the third calc. It's just a reduction in revenue. So if you think about it, $60.5 million we're recording as revenue that we are not using.
Thank you very much, Ms. Boston Ellis. I think that's so important for the community to understand that, yes, we do, those funds do pass through us, but we don't get to use them. We don't get to do anything with them. And so I just think that's an important part of the conversation.
Yes, thank you for bringing that up. And then the referendum, which we hadn't got to yet, there's a pass-through. If you recall, legislation changed so that we have to share the referendum dollars. And we are sharing those with the charter school to the tune of $853,000. So we'll move on to the adult education program. It is funded from the state as well as local fees that the students pay. Their budget is $14.4 million. Their beginning fund balance is included in that dollar amount. It was $4.8 million. The local, which are for the most part the fees the students pay, $4.4 million, and the state allocation is $5.2 million with a small federal revenue of $2,400. So this is the summary of the categories for revenue. We'll look at them by themselves. So federal through state, there is a miscellaneous state revenue. I believe that is a grant. It's the Florida Post-Secondary Career Education Student Assistant Grant, otherwise known as FSAG program, and this is financial aid assistance for tuition through the state for our students at adult education. They also receive funds from the state workforce development, about $4.7 million. And then there is a funding workforce performance incentive grant as well. We talked about the local revenue. For the most part, you'll see these are fees paid by the students to the tune of about $4.2 million. Also, their miscellaneous local includes companies such as Pearson and the National Testing Network. They pay MTC for being a host site of their test. So their expenditures are $2.4 million less than the prior year adopted budget, slight increase in salary and benefits, a reduction on purchase services, a reduction in energy services, reduction in materials and supplies, reduction in capital outlay, $2.4 million, and other expenses about $19,000. like to give Mr. Smallridge credit where it is due. This program was kind of suffering before he came, and he's done a really good job stabilizing the funding and maximizing the use of grants and such.
And buying lots of stuff, Miss Boston Ellis.
Pardon me?
Buying lots of stuff,
Yes.
airplanes and all kinds of
that was
things,
donated.
yes. Actually, while we were up here, he sent me a picture of one that they're working on right now.
So, yes. I'm sure we're going to both get in trouble for that. You also have a handout, tab 3, slide 59 through 61, and again, that explains the assignment of the positions that are included. MTC has about 5 folks that are considered administrative. They have about 16, or excuse me, they have 8. And then they have about 16 that are categorized in the 1,200, which are those teachers, 1,300, which are those other certified instruction. They have 3, 1 paraprofessional in the 1,500, and then in 1,600, there's about 26, and that ranges from an account clerk, bookkeeper, clerk typist, and other folks in their main office. So they have a total of about 54.5 employees. I believe these are full-time. They may have some part-time, but I believe these are full-time. Again, the benefits are associated with the number of staff that they have, so we'll move on to purchase services. You also have another handout, tab 3, page 58 through 71, and that is sort of a summary of all the particular objects comparing 24-25 to 25-26. So purchase services, in the 3,100 category, this is a contractor, is paid for electrical apprenticeship, instructional hours. There's another contractor that's paid for medical direction, teaching for the EMT and the fire EMT programs. There is also financial aid services for student file compliance reviews, so those are in that 3,100 function. In the other purchase services, we have the fire college. They also receive CAPE funds. There's also a contractor who is pouring slabs for training courses, water rescue training, and fire EMT testing, the welding certification testing, and the administrative credit card processing fees as well. For energy, not much there. They do pay their own electricity bills. They have just a couple of vehicles. For materials and supplies, your basic supplies for the classroom, but also other materials and supplies. The vocational class supplies include, of course, baking. There's supplies for the fire EMT, fog nozzles, hoses, uniforms. There's supplies for the welding, cosmetology, and also the HVAC class. For capital outlay, slide, let's see. For capital outlay, there's furniture and fixture, which is typically also desk and chairs and some Chromebooks. That's pretty much, there was some remodeling done in the 24-25 year. Assuming it's completed because they didn't budget any additional money for 25-26, as well as building and fixed equipment. There is nothing budgeted for 25-26. And other expenses and transfers, 7,300 are dues and fees for the FSAG financial aid payments to students, and also the carryover for their CAPE funding for their CNA program, 7,900 miscellaneous revenue. In 24-25, there was a budget transfer that was made to cover the cost of cosmetology part-time salaries and also for curriculum for various programs and to cover repairs and maintenance. Of course, their fund balance is restricted. What they don't spend is rolled over to the next year in this particular fund. As I stated earlier, you can see how the fund balance has continued to grow over the last 4 to 5 years. I think what helped them as well is to expand programs, and they receive some ESSER funding as well. So they have a very healthy fund balance. So we'll move on to referendum. So this is 1 mil ad valorem property tax. November 2022, the voters renewed this millage, and it is extended it was extended for 4 more years, and it expires in June 2027. The estimated revenue for 25-26 is $41.2 million, and as you can see, these are the categories that the language allows us to use those funds for: reading, physical education, art, music, library, media, vocational programs, safe schools, meet class size, retain state certified teachers, and paraprofessionals. So the referendum revenue is $54.5 million. The beginning fund balance of $13.3 million, and then the local revenue calculation is estimated to be $41.2 million. Again, all of this is from local sources, and we do have a little interest that is calculated on the balance in these accounts, as well as tax redemptions. So a small amount, about $100,000. The increase budget to budget is based on the property value has changed. Again, we said about 10%, so that change from budget to budget is due to that property value increase. We'll look at referendum a little bit different because this is set up by programs. As you can see, the total budgeted expenditures are $41.8 million, and it's based on all of these categories. I know it says class size, but that's really the kindergarten paras. It's about 14%. The next category is physical education. It includes the teachers as well as PE techs. Vocational programs is about 20 teachers And then supplies, also in physical education, each of the elementary schools are allocated $2 times the number of students. Media is media specialist, and the art and music, again, includes teachers as well as some paras to support the classes, and we'll go over it in detail in a little bit. Professional development, safe schools, and of course the charter school distribution that we are now required to share. So class size, again, as I said, it's made up of the kindergarten paras, 5.9 million. It's 165 paraprofessionals, and 90,000 is the charter school. Physical education, 109 PE teachers, 23 PE techs, the materials and supplies, and charter schools, about 216,000. They're using the same categories that we have because of the language in the referendum. They don't have to use all the categories, but they are lining up their requests based on the actual language in the referendum. Vocational programs, as said previously, 20 teachers. There's some rentals to the tune of $379,000. I think vocational has benefited with the referendum because some of the equipment that they use, some of their supplies, pretty expensive, and they are able to purchase these items because of the referendum. Media service, 50 media specialists, and of course, library materials, books, DVDs, and equipment. Art is 55 art teachers, 13 paraprofessionals supporting the art classes in elementary, a half of a coordinator, materials and supplies, and of course, the charter school distribution. Music, 57 teachers, 13 paraprofessionals, the other half of the coordinator. There is a music allocation that is shared with the secondary as well as the elementary, and the charter school distribution of 95,000. Our professional development totals 770,000. New teacher training, there are supplements for mentor teachers, of course, supplies and materials that are needed, and the charter school distribution. The safe school allocation is a little over 7 million. Purchase services include a portion of the school resource officers. Miscellaneous includes the estimated cost of guardians, and then some security equipment, and the charter school distribution of 244,000.
Ms. Boston-Ellis, and you may not know this number off the top of your head. Sorry, Chair, I just interjected without asking. The SRO, the portion that is paid, that almost 5.8 million, our total contract for all SROs, we just have had this conversation recently. Is that about 75, 80, 90%? I can't remember what the overall cost of SROs is off the top of my head. You may be able to get, somebody might be able to get that. And while we're just right here.
He just sent the email with
I know, I'm like,
contracts.
I just am curious to know what the actual percentage is for community purposes. And I'm also grateful that you've put these charts up on each of these subsequent pages showing how over the last 2 years, we have reallocated all of the dollars in referendum to fully fund exactly what the referendum says instead of partially funding. So, I mean, not that we weren't using referendum dollars for all the things it said, but we're using them to fully fund our media specialists, fully fund our physical education, fully fund art, fully fund music, and now fully fund kindergarten paras as well, since that's a board initiative more than a state mandate of sorts. So I think that that's imperative to show, and also can potentially guide our conversation as we move forward with talks of extending the referendum if we choose to do that from a ballot perspective. It shows what the actual costs are associated with enhancements to our school that I believe are necessities, certainly. But also, I think as we delve more into what this contract looks like for SROs, needing to fully fund SROs out of the referendum, I think that also can speak volumes as to if that money went away, then how do we fund this unfunded mandate? At PE additionally is an unfunded mandate. Like, we are required, art and music are not required, they need to be. I mean, you know, there's parts of that, but PE is one of those, especially at the elementary level, that is required. And so fully funding all of these things out of the referendum just further shows the need for it. So that's my purpose on that thought.
I think you're talking about the initiative last year where we actually moved the class size teachers from referendum, put them in the general fund operating, and then moved the arts and media, and we moved them from the general fund to the referendum.
Right, yes, and
Yes.
thank you for that further clarification. The reason I'm thinking about the kindergarten paras being in that class size bucket and changing all of the allocations, I think that as we move forward, if we choose to go out for the ballot initiative again for the referendum, the data that we're collecting this school year on our incoming kindergartners, and that data that we had not been capturing because the test that you mentioned that you used to have to do that was so detailed, maybe there's more things in that I don't remember what it was called. What was it called? Flickers. Okay, sorry, not being a classroom teacher, Flickers was cumbersome, I'm certain, for kindergarten teachers and kindergarten paras, but some of that data that's no longer captured is going to be somewhat captured in the handful of questions that we're asking, hopefully, for our kindergarten teachers this year. But that kind of kindergarten preparedness detail is going to help us say, and this is why we have to have, and so maybe it's not class size reduction, maybe it's kindergarten readiness is how it's phrased in the actual ballot language, if in fact we choose to. I continue to say if, we haven't had that conversation yet, but that's what I'm kind of leaning to, especially knowing that's what that, I'm using the word categorical that we have in our own referendum, for that. Right now it's class size, but kindergarten pairs are funded there. So I think that we have our own district data to back up why we need to have those individuals in those classrooms.
And when we talk about that, a conversation I've had even with kindergarten teachers is, I believe, and this is a further conversation, we have to have a separate conversation about a job description specifically for kindergarten paras that allows for expansion of their duties at around Christmas time, when the kindergarten readiness gets to being more ready. Because in the beginning, they show up in August, and God bless them, some of them ain't never even pulled up their own zipper before. And then by Christmas, because our kindergarten teachers are amazing, they've started to figure it out. And those kindergarten paras are less of a necessity, but we need to empower our leaders to be able to use them. And yes, theoretically, they're just a paraprofessional, but the way they're funded is we decide kindergarten para, and so we just need to really think to impact. Does it look different? Do we have a different job description so that we can ensure we're using them flexibly as the year progresses to ensure that we're meeting all students' needs, et cetera, et cetera?
Thank you, Dr. James. I hear the word seasonal, I'm sorry, in my mind, because that's what I've continued to talk about, that specific role. I think there will be pockets, and we will learn that through this data, and maybe we collect the data again in January to say how many students, regressed and didn't keep up with all the things but seasonal is the term I've continued to use on that specific position. You guys know that. I've said that multiple times because I'm not certain that it is as warranted for the entire school year as we currently are using it, but without the actual data on knowing how our students are progressing, we'll learn that in progress monitor, or it's not progress, it's still progress monitoring, it's not called that, it's what we do, and the STAR assessment or whatever it's called. See, good, I'm remembering things. But as we're collecting that data and really understanding where those kindergartners are, they may need to be used differently than they're currently being used, but still even in those kindergarten classes. So grateful for that dialogue and conversation. I am always up for expanding and adjusting job descriptions.
Chair Conrad, can I add something to Dr. Campbell's statement about our SRO contract? So my notes for that, Ms. Boston-Ellis, correct me if I capture this wrong, but the total contract is 5.3 million. She just stated on the referendum, it is 3.3. The difference in that money is from the Safe Schools allocation from the state, and that total is 4.7 million we get, and we use 2 million of that for the SRO contract. So just to add that difference in there.
So again, the total contract for SROs, remind me of that again, you just said?
5.3.
5.3, but our
Yeah.
school resource allocation to the referendum is 5.7, so that's not,
Yeah, that may be incorrect.
yeah,
That's why I was
that's
trying
gonna
to.
be incorrect. I'm sorry. Somehow our numbers aren't
Okay.
our
Well,
math isn't mathing,
Yeah.
to use a phrase from down the
Yeah,
board
that's
table.
probably an error.
Okay,
So we'll get the correct amount.
okay, all right, perfect. Because we do get Safe Schools allocation from the state. It's categorical, as we talked about on.
Right, it's about
whatever,
$4
10.
million.
Yes,
And we
okay,
do pay for some of them out of
okay,
general fund and some of them out of the referendum.
okay. Thank you.
So am I hearing that the categorical that we're allocated is not enough to cover our needs, to keep our schools safe? So that's why we need referendum money and money from general funds?
Yes,
Seeing lots of head nods.
we split the cost. Not 50-50, but depends on what's in the budget. For Safe Schools, it covers the department, it covers the salaries, the equipment, and I believe we purchased the vehicles out of referendum, so it's sort of a hodgepodge. Some things come out of the general fund operating, some come out of referendum. But we could probably bring that back next time and give you
That would be great.
a breakdown of that.
Thank you.
And just, I shouldn't, but to be, just for the light of the conversation, so it would be safe to assume that we really, unless we're taking money from another pot of money, which is already scarce, we don't have an extra millions of dollars sitting around to cover the costs ourselves.
Unless we make adjustments.
Okay,
So we would have to be careful with the referendum because you can't do big capital projects. You can buy equipment, you can buy cameras, you can buy the buzzers. But the fencing, we actually had a grant to pay for the fencing because you couldn't pay for that out of the referendum.
right, and then the people, the SROs, obviously, right? And the children, all 47,000 of them or change, are all citizens of Marion County, right? Okay, just,
But we'll get this corrected and bring back a breakdown of what gets paid, and I guess I missed it, the conversation, but we'll.
it's okay,
we'll bring it-
it's not towards you, it was more like a public comment to
Public statement.
go into the public.
That our children are citizens of Marion County. We have them for 180 days of the year, about 6 to 7 hours a day. All of their parents are citizens of Marion County. So just to elaborate on your comments. Thank you.
And so we should protect the citizens of Marion County collectively, right?
Any way they need it.
Any way they need it.
Okay.
All right, next, Ms. Boston Ellis.
Leave that alone. Grown folks conversation. Let's see, where are we? For purchase services for the referendum, like, as I stated, it's, cameras, we also have, some items for vocational, as well as additional expenses for the Safe Schools Department. And I'm looking at the breakdown, and I believe, looks like it's 4.1 million, but again, we'll get the breakdown for that. Bring it back next week. I'll stop. I'll let that go. For supplies, I guess I skipped energy. Not much there. This is usually vocational programs and field trips and the fuel associated with those field trips. Materials and supplies. In other materials and supplies, there is some storefront door locks. I have to say that really slowly, but that's where that is recorded in other materials and supplies to the tune of about $1 million budgeted for 25-26 year. Okay. For capital outlay, there was some furniture that was purchased for vocational, desk, chairs, and then Safe Schools, additional Safe School cameras. Let's see, 95. On slide 95, 7,300 were dues and fees, and miscellaneous expenditures include payments to the Florida School Music Association for dues for high schools and middle school bands. And then for Safe Schools, this is where we recorded the extra SROs for graduation. As with adult education, the fund balance for referendum is restricted, and whatever is remaining is carried over to the following year, which is a good thing because we don't receive proceeds until around November, December. So these fund balance or these carryover amounts are used to sustain the program until we start receiving tax receipts. We had two more things that we wanted to clear up. And then also, there's some additional referendum items that you received. They have 24-25 referendum funded units, and then the projected cost of the 25-26 referendum units. Just wanted to point out to you, there's a total of 500 units being funded through referendum. I think that's important for you to know.
All of which provide
You're
direct
on mute.
support.
You're on mute.
All of which provide direct support to students. You know,
Yes,
Library media specialists
all of
do
them.
provide
Yes.
direct support to students.
Art, music, media, PE,
Kindergarten paras.
vocational, yes. And they receive supplemental funds to help with those programs as well. So I believe the schools provided allocation for the programs, but these are supplemental dollars that are used enhancing not only the art and music programs, but as the PE, when they do the quarterly presentations, our staff do an excellent job reporting on what those funds were spent for in that particular quarter. And it's very, very, very good.
Are you talking about, because I know the school board through the years has provided extra dollars per student. And is that what you're talking about, or is that a different funding?
No, this, in the beginning of this, there was a request from schools for equipment,
Right.
supplies in the elementary schools,
Right.
in addition to what they already allocate to them. So it was determined that we would provide $2. I think it started out as $1, and then it turned into $2 per student that would be allocated to the school for use of these specific programs.
Okay. Thank you.
That's why I said they do such a great job. They tell you exactly what they did with the money, and it's illustrated very well in their reports.
Good.
When we talk about myths, this is one thing that we want to clear up about lottery funds. I think that's always a question. And we have been told all along that the lottery funds, and when you mentioned paras, I don't know if you remember, Ms. Thrower, we used to pay for kindergarten paras out of lottery funds in the beginning too. Again, these programs come and go and change. So when those kinds of things are taken away, you have to find a home for them. So that was a great example for that. We were under the impression that lottery dollars were used to pay the what we call the school recognition for the schools that went up one grade or they maintain an A. And it used to be an allocation of like, I can't even remember what the dollar amount was, but if you had any money left over, you would allocate that money to the schools for their SACs. So that's what you see in the blue. And then you can see that during COVID, that went away. 21, 22, there were no grades, so there was no funds for school recognition. The school recognition came back in 22, 23. What we have found out in arrears is that the school recognition money was actually now being paid out of state general revenue. So it's no longer being paid out of lottery. But we also found out that the lottery dollars, in addition to paying for Bright Future, they're also supporting or supported the class size reduction amendment when they provided money to the schools to build wings. I remember when Marion County Public Schools built wings to meet class size. And so now the lottery dollars are used to pay back that debt. It's put on our books, but we're not involved in that. So the state is paying for that debt. Also, lottery money is being used to pay for some portion of class size reduction, that the funds that we get for that. And lottery dollars are also being used to fund the workforce development. So I think it was a conversation I had with you, Dr. Campbell, and we went back and did some research about that and found out that this is, while we call it the lottery, the history of lottery funds, there's been some movement on how things are funded. I just wanted to clear that up. And when people ask you about what happened to the lottery dollars, they are being used, but they're not coming directly to us, other than through FEFP or paying off a debt from when we had some class size funds for building and basically shoring up the entire budget for the state. I hope I'm not confusing you.
That's good. That was a good clarification.
So we have an updated slide for that, and we'll fix that for you next time. And this is the other item when teachers talk about their supply assistant funds. It's come a long way too. They would give us a dollar amount and we'd split it up between the number of eligible teachers and one of the years the board members did not like the fact that teachers were excluded. So here's another item that is being funded not only by the money that we get, but the district is also kicking in to fund dollars for the teachers who don't necessarily fit the criteria for this. So for the last 3 years, we have been providing $300 per eligible full-time teacher. And again, this amount is rolled up into the base student allocation. So we can't really say how much we're actually being provided for this specifically. Another thing I would add to this is now we're using a vendor, and the teachers can go out and use this funds. There's so many different vendors they can use. I mean, from the Dollar Tree to all different kind of places that they can order this. There were criteria. We had to send in money for teachers who were, I guess they were eligible August 1, and then we have to send it in September 1 for the teachers that were hired in between August 1 and September 1. So if you hear conversations from schools, it's if they didn't meet the first cutoff, they'll get in for the second cutoff. We used to write a check to each school, and then the school had to write a lot of checks to each teacher. So it's now online, and it's so much better for them and us for the bookkeeping. If they don't spend all their money, it goes directly to their SAC. So that's a good thing as well. Some teachers just, they don't want it for whatever reason, so that money will go into their SAC for the SAC to decide how to spend those dollars.
Yes, and just to confirm and clarify for the community, that this $300 is in addition to what our fantastic Public Education Foundation does, and all of these folks,
Yes.
Nonprofits across the community and private citizens and the county commission, with their bus brigade, and just countless opportunities to get school supplies to start the year right. So that's all separate from this $300.
Yes.
Okay. Yes,
This was a categorical too, but it was rolled into the BSA.
which is $41 and something cents this year. It's interesting how much is going into that.
Yes. So, Dr. Brewer.
She's happily passing the baton.
Yes, and we shared this earlier, but Ms. Boston Ellis and her entire team just does an amazing job. They have walked us through this for the last few months, and just today's presentation truly just tells the whole story, and it kind of puts all the puzzle pieces together. So we're just incredibly grateful for all of the work that she and her team have done this summer, spring. And you are right, we've already begun to measure and make adjustments for next year. We will not wait till the spring to do that. And we're very aware of the board's requests to be on top of our expenditures and our return on investments on everything we're spending. So, anything for you?
Thank you, Dr. Brewer. I think Board Member Thrower has a comment.
No, I just wanted to make sure that we did public comment.
Oh, that's what she said. Okay. No, anybody else? Any comments? Okay, I first will ask for public comment. Okay, seeing none, I too want to say thank you, Teresa, to you and your team. A year, for me, I feel like it's a year's worth of work. You're working year-round on our budget, and so thank you for the time you spent this morning to present it to us and providing all the details. It's just greatly appreciated.
They did the hard work, the heavy lift.
Tell them we said thank you if they're not watching.
You see them right here. They call me names, but they still love me. But thank you, and we do appreciate the help from Dr. Brewer and Mr. Whitehouse and the leadership team. It was refreshing to be able to be open and honest about things, and they understood what the mission was, and I believe we got there. There were scars, but I think we got to where we needed to be. And I think they'll be ready to go forward and continue the work.
Okay,
Thank
you
you.
very much. Thank you very much. All right, board, I would like to recommend that we take a recess and break for lunch. Oh, sorry.
I would just kindly disagree. I think there are people who've been waiting, and there's staff who's here, and I think at minimum, the next summer school wrap-up is not gonna take very long, but
Yes, Ms.
Yeah, I mean,
Riedel
they're
and Ms.
here.
Brasington are here for that presentation.
Okay.
It's up to you.
Okay.
We can
That's
do
sorry,
either.
I thought they just walked in.
They
so
did,
walk in.
they did, and their office is here, so it's up to you. We can do either one.
Can you give me an anticipated timeline?
I can't imagine more than 15 minutes for that presentation.
Okay, which would take us to 12 o'clock, so I'm good with that. Okay?
Then, all right, we'll welcome Mrs. Deborah Riedel and Jamie Brasington. And looks like Mr. Whitehouse. They're all going to share the summer school wrap-up. And as you know, and they will explain, we had a scaled-back version of summer school this year. And, but we're happy to report it was successful, and they will share some data that reflects that. Mr. Whitehouse?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Dr. Brewer. Good morning still, Board Chair,
Yes, sir.
Board members. We are going to provide just some quick data and some information on how our summer school programs wrapped up for this year. As Dr. Brewer mentioned, this was a very scaled-back summer school compared to what we've seen the last 4 years. Without ESSER funding this year, we essentially reverted back to what we have done in the past with summer school, which was making sure we provided third grade reading camp to our students who were facing potential retentions, VPK programs for students that were eligible, and then credit recovery at both the middle and high school for students that needed to recover work from the prior year, driver's education, of course, for our high school programs, and then our Algebra 1 refreshers. So we're gonna start off this morning talking about our elementary programs with Ms. Riedel, our Director of Elementary Curriculum, and then we'll move on from there.
Thank you, Mr. Whitehouse.
All right, thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Whoops. There we go. Thank you. All right. So Summer Reading Camp is a program designed to help third grade level 1 students strengthen their foundational literacy skills and reading comprehension through targeted instruction and interactive activities. As a result, students receive the essential practice they need to build critical skills that help them become fluent, confident readers. Our program this year was called Splash into Summer Learning for our third graders. It was 4 weeks long, and it ran from June 4th to July 2nd. We had 716 third graders attend third grade reading camp at 10 sites: Bellevue Elementary, Fort McCoy, East Marion, Maplewood, Marion Oaks, Oakcrest, Anthony, Romeo, Saddlewood, and Shady Hill. Marion Oaks, that site had the highest enrollment. They had 131 students, and those students there were from Marion Oaks, Hammett Bowen, and Sunrise Elementary. We had 621 third graders assigned and routed to receive bus transportation. And in addition to third grade summer reading camp, we had 179 students attend our ESY, or extended learning, and 242 students attended the 21st Century program at either Stanton Wearsdale or Bellevue Middle. As you know, third grade students who score a level 1 on the third grade FAST assessment must be retained unless eligible for a good cause exemption under the Florida statute 1008.25. As of May, before school let out, 572 third graders were promoted for cause by way of one of the 6 exemptions allowed by the state. That was 58 more students than last year. We were at 514. Throughout the third grade summer reading camp, we had 66 more third grade students promoted for cause through either the iReady assessment or the STAR reading assessment. And then in July, for the first time, the state allowed what we called a PM4 assessment. It was the FAST assessment. So schools were able to bring back some third graders who were on schedule to be retained to give them that assessment in July. We had 325 students come in and take that assessment. 76 of them were promoted because they scored a level 2 or higher. We actually had 8 students who scored a level 3 and 1 student who scored a level 4 when they came back in July. So we had a total of 714 third graders promoted either by a good cause exemption or by that July FAST window.
Can I ask a clarifying question, Jim?
Yes,
So on slide 2,
Yep.
it starts out by saying 716 third grade students attended at 10 sites.
yes.
That does not include the 572 that got good cause prior to summer.
It could, because any student who scores a level 1 is invited.
Okay, I guess then for clarification, it doesn't say 716 students were invited. It says 17, it's implying that 716 students attended summer school.
Correct,
Did 716 students attend summer school?
yes.
So then I need help with clarification, because if
Okay.
572 students got good cause in May, why would they come to summer school?
Because even though they're a level 1 student, we don't, if they get good cause, we don't uninvite them. So they're still welcome to come.
Sure, but how many of them actually came?
Of the good
Of the
cause,
572 students, how many actually came?
so we'd have to go back and pull that data because, like I said, all the level 1 students were invited. So whether they were promoted for good cause or not, a lot of them still came. So we'd have to go back and retrieve that data.
Because my concern is that 66 plus 76 is 142, and so 142 of 716 attendees is 19%. Now, in your final statement there, you kind of encompassed the 572, and so you said 700 and, what was the number you just said at the end in your last statement?
714.
So the culmination of that statement is like, every kid who came to summer school got promoted, but that's not the case.
No,
Do you see where I'm getting at with this?
Sure.
So I'm looking to see how successful summer school is at getting students to the next step. And the raw data that I look at of 66 plus 76 is only 19% of students. And then whatever crossover there are of those 572 who are double dipped in both denominators. But my concern is that, which I'm gonna want to know, but looking off the cuff here, it looks like 19% of students who attended summer school were promoted. And I'm not sure the phrase I'm looking for is escaping me, but I'm not sure the value is there if only 19% of students are getting promoted.
and keeping in mind too that the 76 students from July, they may or may not have come to summer school. So the parents had to bring them in to test. So those would be students who weren't promoted any other way. So they may or may not have attended summer school. But we can say for certain that the 66 were promoted for cause during summer school through iReady or Star Reading. So those 66 did attend summer school. 76, some of them may have, some may not have.
So
If
I
that
think
makes sense.
it's a rather ambiguous couple of slides of numbers, and so if we could just get very clear and concise numbers of how many heartbeats, were actually showed up to summer school, and how many from summer school, how many of them got promotion? Because that's summer school costs us money. And if it is not providing value, and we are not seeing student achievement from it, which I still am completely in disagreement with, that like somehow miraculously they pass a test so they're ready for 4th grade. Not really, it's nothing magical, incredibly magical is happening other than maybe some continued enrichment. But my concern is that we're spending a lot of money on something and we're not getting a lot of value out of it.
I'll just, Ms. Riedel, I'll piggyback on that. That's a concern I've been trying to track the last couple of years also. I believe in the idea of summer school, but the challenge we face is the students we need the most to attend summer school, we can't make them attend summer school. So we're relying on their parents to get them to summer school or to get them on the bus, whatever that looks like. And when I visited school sites over the summer, I was really disappointed in the numbers, in the attendance. And I'm looking kind of what Dr. James says, I'm looking at, okay, we're paying this person, as I look around the staff, and there's 38 students on the campus.
Correct.
And so then, out of the students that are showing up, we've got 19% that are passing. And so, as much as I would love to say that our kids are showing up to summer school and it's making a difference in their academic journey, I'm not sure that's the most bang for our buck.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Reverend Cummings, go ahead.
Yes, this is a concern for me as well, because I'm not seeing the return on investment with the summer school. We know that there are many more kids out there that should be in summer school, but are we getting them there? Are we doing the best? Is this the best thing for them with these small numbers that I'm looking at right now?
I do just want to add in just for a couple of clarifying points. One, we are required to offer a third grade reading camp. And so that is something that regardless of the outcome, we still have to be able to provide programs for these students. One of the things that I think is not captured in the data, and we can try to pull what we can from this, is not, even if they didn't score level 2, how much progress is made. And you got to remember, level 1 is subdivided into 3 different sub-levels, and a year's learning gain is counted from moving from the lowest sub-level of level 1 to a mid sub-level. So a student jumping from a low sub-level 1 all the way up to level 2 is actually several years worth of anticipated gain. So what we can certainly do next year, we'll have better data, because next year the goal is for the state to offer PM4 in June. So this year PM4 was offered at the same time as high school, which was the second week of July. Our third grade camp was already over. We had no guaranteed transportation to get those students in there, so not every student could test unless the parents could bring them. So next year, being able to actually provide the fast PM4 test to every student that attends will give us better data in terms of how much those students grew from the PM3 assessment to the PM4 assessment.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Whitehouse, for that clarification. That was actually, there were a couple things in there that I did not know. And so can you share with us what the requirement is for our part on the third grade reading camp?
Yes, we have to provide third grade reading camp for students who score level 1. We also have to now, as of this year, provide VPK program services for students to score below the 10th percentile when they take the PM3 assessment for STAR. So those are the 2 requirements that we have. The rest of the programs that we offer because we know they're valuable and they're needed.
Okay, so we're required to offer it, but they're not required to attend.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Yes, there's no mandatory attendance for students. We have to have the program available. We invite them. We want them to come. We reach out. When students don't come, the schools make sure they're calling daily to try and find additional students who might be interested in coming, from students that said they were coming. What can we do to problem solve getting them there? But at the end of the day, parents get to the summer and they have plans, they have summer vacations, they have things going on, and we can't always get all of them to come.
Mr. Whitehouse.
Yes, sir.
Madam Chair, at what point in the school year do we start notifying the parent that their child is not being successful at that level, and that they should plan on their child attending summer school?
So we don't really say that you need to attend summer school until after PM3, which for third grade is given the first week of May. Usually the first day of May, we give the third grade assessment. After PM2, which occurs in December right before winter break, students that score at the level 1, we certainly begin communication with families at that point to let them know what the expectations are and that we are going to continue to work with their child. But we've seen plenty of students score a level 1 at PM2 and not score a level 1 PM3, so it's hard to say that just because you scored at PM2, you would need to plan to be at summer school.
I think this is just me. I think that we wait so long that parents go ahead and plan for their summer vacation with these kids, not realizing at such a late game that their student really needs some extra help. I think if we start notifying them before spring break, they make it properly plan for having more kids in summer school or reading camp. Thank you.
Thank you, Reverend Cummings. I actually think, and I have no idea if anybody would agree with me, but I actually think that needs to be after PM1. That conversation needs to happen. If your child scores a 1, we're saying we need you to plan on being at summer school. And then if their level comes up, well then great, we're going to celebrate. But that's a little incentive. If you have family vacation planned, but your child is not doing well in school, we want to see you, on campus. So those are just challenging conversations.
And Dr.
yes.
Campbell's.
Dr. Campbell.
So there's been lots of conversation. I wanted to weigh in a little earlier. I want to start on what you just said. That's concerning to me, to consider we would alert everyone to say, hey, by the way, on the very first day of school, we're taking these assessments in like the first 2 weeks of school or something. So by the way, your kids scored a level 1, you need to go ahead and plan on being with us through the months of June and part of July. Because then that doesn't speak to what that incredible teacher is going to do with that student in the course of the first several weeks of school and up to January. So I believe it's important that we really start communicating with families earlier about what the steps are, that being a level 1 means this. And I don't know that we communicate as effectively as we could about every progress monitoring test that's taken, what each student's score is, that families are really notified. My kid comes home and says, I got this score. Great. I didn't hear that from the school. I heard it from my child. And so that's where I think we need to just overall do a better job of communicating at each one of those levels, not necessarily saying summer school's in your future, perhaps, but saying that is a possibility if we don't continue to see this growth. Okay, I can understand that. A couple of other things tying into the conversation that's already been had. I want to first start by saying 700 some odd students participating in summer school at the 3rd grade level and only seeing 19% growth. There is a huge cost, understandably. I want to first say, could we potentially look at regionalizing this even more so than we already do? Can we only have 4 sites or 6, is there a way, and that would cut down the cost, because if you're getting to more 150 kids per school as opposed to 30, that granted, then that may add transportation costs. So I understand there's a catch-all and all of that. But I also don't want to discredit that 19%, because I feel like there's been a lot of conversation just up here today saying that's not enough bang for our buck. It's almost the starfish mentality. Well, it mattered to that 19%. It mattered to those kids that did make that growth, the kid that did get a level 4, the kid that did get a level 3. It mattered to them. Is the ROI there for the overall cost? Probably not. But I don't want us to discredit the work that has been done, and it did matter to those students that did make that progress. So those were the thoughts I had about summer school. I agree, though. I think there are ways that we can look at this differently. We already have had to look at it differently because ESSER dollars went away. But capturing those students earlier, all those 1st and 2nd graders that were not required to have in summer school, but certainly some of those educators that were staffed to be there for well more than 30 could have helped 1st and 2nd graders as well. And we have that data. If you're level 1s at 1st and 2nd grade, you need to be invited to summer school. I know it's expensive, but I get it. We need to continue to brainstorm how we really make movement in our early grades.
Chair, just if I could do one quick in closing, when summer school comes to us next year, prior to the plan being solidified, what I would like to know is the true data of what's the attendance rate and what's the student achievement. Because if we're going to continue to look at our budget and really trim every possible program, then the programs we're doing need to meet and exceed the intention. And it doesn't diminish the 19%, but then maybe the 19% or 25% are the only ones that need to be attending. The ones who we can really use the data to disaggregate, to decide they are the ones that are really, they're going to attend, their student attend, look at their school year attendance. Do they come to school during the school year? Because if they don't come to the school during the school year, they're probably not gonna come in the summer. So why are we inviting them to reading camp, right? And so just dig into all that data. We don't have to do it right now, but really having a whole picture of it before the plan comes before us, because it costs money. And I realize it's gonna hurt our own teachers' pockets because they plan on teaching summer school as well, but we have to really, we're gonna have to look at it all in the next year.
Yes, Board Member Thrower.
And thank you for bringing up attendance and all of this. It's very clear that focusing on this in 3rd grade it just becomes too late and then too late and then too late. And we know this from all of the data, that our kids need to be coming to school regularly in kindergarten, you know, to have that success. What I'm hearing is that we are obligated. We don't have the choice, even if it's not a moneymaker, even if it puts us underwater. We have to offer the third grade reading camp. Is that accurate? Okay. So, and we always know, you know, we sit up here and we talk about confronting reality and improving communication. There's always ways to do that without sounding, you know, negative or punitive, but it's something that I've liked about different tools in the past where it was, you know, green, yellow, red. You know, if you're using assessments with kids first very early in the school year and they're screaming red, you know, the parent needs to be texted that. You know, we have to, in terms of communication, look for ways to continue to reach parents in the mode that they are going to be most likely to open it and digest it and respond to it. And because it'll be a great day when the parents said, well, okay, I see my student is on red or on yellow. What do I need to do to get him to green? You know, that's when you know you're starting to get that reciprocal participation. I'm happy for the kids that have done well. In fact, if all of them made it, if more of them made it, I'd be kind of a little suspicious, actually, because you're talking about making up years of growth in a very short window of summer school time that they may or may not have even gone every day. So it seems to me that the lower number would at least be a little bit more authentic, that maybe there were kids that were just on the bubble or that didn't try that day or were sick, you know, all of those outlier things, and the parents made them go because they felt like they could do it, and there you go, they did it. So those are some of the things that's on my mind. We have to offer it because we're required, but how we keep as many as possible from not having to come is the eventual goal, right?
Yeah, and I just wanted to clarify too, the communication piece. We are required to send notification to parents at the beginning of the year for students who are non-proficient. So our assistant principals, reading coaches, principals, they already have spreadsheets of students from last year. They give assessments at the end of the year, so they know on day one which kids need interventions. They're starting interventions typically week 2 or 3 of school because they place those students immediately. The only students it might take a little bit longer for are the ones that are coming to us maybe from out of county or out of state or from private school because we need time to screen them. But we have our interventions set up very early on. We're required by statute to send letters to parents of students who are substantially deficient in reading and math. Those go out at the start of the school year. And we also send continued communication, but after PM2, any third grader in danger of being retained, they get a letter as well saying that this is a notice of possible retention. Right. So parents get that in January as well. So we do know who those students are right now before they walk in the door because we do have second grade data. We do have first grade data. So we've really gotten to the point where we don't waste any time at the start of the year to get those students in an intervention. And those progress monitoring meetings happen with APs, coaches, teachers, counselors, psychologists, sometimes right after PM1. And so they talk about every student one by one and make adjustments in interventions. And that's ongoing. Those groups are very fluid throughout the year. So parents they should be, if they're not aware, they're not checking their mail or emails because we are reaching out consistently throughout the year. It should never be a surprise to a parent that their child might be retained when we get to the end of the school year.
Correct. And I'm fully aware and respect that this side of the house is working their tails off, knows who the kids are talking about them, reviewing the data, attending the exhausting meetings. You know, I've been to a lot of them. But all of that is for naught if we're not getting parent response, you know. And I don't know, you know, that's something for continued brainstorming opportunity, you know, not for today. Because when you're sending the information out there and you're getting crickets, then that little starfish doesn't have much of a chance. So what's the step?
And we sent about 1,200 invites, 966 parents registered their third grader, 716 attended.
Okay, that's good information.
So, but I just wanted to clarify the question that was asked earlier to make sure we collect the correct data. So there was a specific question about the 572, I think. Dr. James, maybe?
I'm just trying to get clear on where the overlap is. So the unique identifiers. So how many, of the 572 students in May, how many of them participated in reading camp? So what's that crossover there? Because really what I'm trying to identify is how many kids came to summer reading camp, did not have their good cause exemption already, participated in summer reading camp, and the data for those unique kids, they came, they participated, whatever their attendance rate was, and then how many of them are the 66, I guess, that passed, because maybe they are not the 76, or maybe some of them are part of the 76 who took the test in July, but understanding those unique identifiers.
Okay.
Just a quick question, Ms. Riedel, and so I'm just going from previous experiences, now been a couple of years ago. So when we send out those letters at the beginning of the year, because for us on the educational side, there are not very many surprises. Like you said, we get lists and spreadsheets of how our students have performed historically, and we have our groups really organized the first day of school, and they are fluid and we move them. But when we send those notices home, is there a parent signature required? Do we get them back? So when we send a form home that says, your child scored a level 1, it just goes in their folder, on Friday. What does the other side of that look like? Are we requiring a signature to get it back to that they acknowledge that they received that letter?
So there's not a signature on the substantial reading or math letter, but teachers are to be meeting with those parents so that those parents are fully aware at the start of the year. We really emphasize communication because we never want a parent blindsided by a possible retention. We do have something that's coming this year. It's a progress monitoring plan. That's not new, but we have a specific form that's new that will require a parent signature for Tier 3 students. So that's kind of in addition to the other forms of communication, just to say that, hey, we had a conference with you, we spoke to you, you acknowledged that you are aware your student is substantially deficient in reading or math.
Okay, great, because when we meet for PMPs also, the parents don't attend those either, correct?
Not the
That's-
PMPs, but they would attend a PST, like a problem-solving meeting, if they're being moved, say, from Tier 2 to Tier 3.
Okay, all right, thank you for those clarifications, I appreciate it. Okay. Anything else?
Round of VPK.
Okay,
All right, I will continue on with the next pieces there.
thank you, Ms. Riedel.
So we have our summer VPK recap. We had 2 locations that participated in summer VPK this year, Emerald Shores and Fordham Early Learning. We did have 28 students that were served between those 2 programs and 300 total hours that were completed. And this supports our students that are entering kindergarten. Worth noting, I shared earlier, one of our requirements is that we have to offer that summer bridge program for VPK students that score below the 10th percentile. We had 0 students that scored below the 10th percentile actually come back and participate. So we sent out notifications for any of those students that fell into that category. None of those parents opted to participate. And actually, in conversation with other districts that are much larger than us, it was pretty common that no parents responded wanting to participate in the summer bridge. So the state, I believe, is looking at increasing that threshold to maybe the 20th percentile instead of just below the 10th percentile, so we can cast a wider net for those students.
I think the issue is there's very few children who fell within the threshold. So based on my kind of private sector look at the data, hardly any children actually even qualified, because
Correct.
10% is like, it's just incredibly low.
Correct. All right, and then our summer school programs were offered at almost all of our middle and high schools. So we had credit recovery, as I mentioned before, at our middle school sites. We did offer extended school year at Hillcrest, and then our high school sites had the credit recovery, our algebra boot camp for students that took algebra and did not pass the algebra in a course assessment, and of course driver's ed available at most of our high schools. We had 650 students attend on average between those sites, but understanding that with credit recovery at the secondary level, it's fluid. So a student may show up for a week, they recover the credit they need, they don't have to come back anymore if they don't have any more credits to recover. So that definitely fluctuates. But the nice thing for those programs is for students in driver's ed, they are actually earning a half credit for their participation. So it's not just a driver's certification, but they are earning credit towards their graduation. So here are our results. We had 66 students at Hillcrest ESY this year. We had 1,341 total credits recovered between our secondary sites, 182 driver's education credits earned, 37 algebra credits earned for our students that attended the boot camp, 42 successful English language arts retakes. So those are our juniors and seniors that needed to retake FAST to meet the graduation requirements. So of the students that came back in July and tested with us, we had 42 that did meet that, and then 36 that took the algebra EOC in the summer and were able to achieve a level 3 on the algebra EOC.
Chair, real quick, I just want to duplicate my request for elementary to the secondary. So these are wonderful numbers, but in comparison to the denominator, what does it look like?
Sure.
And so yes, 1,300 credits recovered is wonderful, but how many students showed up for credit recovery? Because again, this is a very expensive item for us and we want those kids to recover credits, but we need to also understand the bang for our buck.
Absolutely.
And I'd really like to see that by site. You know, the attendance.
Yeah.
Who showed up, you know, how many days were they present total? So we can have a better understanding of what this piece of success cost us.
Yeah, even like how many kids showed up for algebra boot camp and 37 total passed. So what does that really look like? And is it working? Because if it's not working, we either need to fix it or do something different. We have to, or not do it at all, I don't know. But we can't just continue to do, it's crazy to do the same thing over and over again with not, the results not changing significantly.
Certainly. All right, and then our final data from the end of the year, we did hold our summer graduation ceremony for our students that were able to make up their final missing credits that they needed in summer school. So on July 24th, we had 25 graduates that finished up their final requirements and were able to walk across stage right here at MTI from 7 of our high schools. So it was a very good night and very exciting for those students to persist through and continue on to their final graduation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Whitehouse. Dr. Brewer?
Thank you. I do want to share that with the third grade reading camp, that funding source was the FEFP, the reading grant, and then for secondary, we used Title I funding this year for that, just to put that in perspective.
Thank you. Anything else from the board? Is there any public comment? Okay. Thank you very much. With that, board, we'll recess for lunch. It's 12:17. We'll meet you back here about 12:45. Thank you. Good afternoon and welcome back to our work session. I would like to invite Mr. Whitehouse to the podium. We're going to discuss, have a conversation on graduation 2026. Good afternoon, Mr. Whitehouse.
Good afternoon, everybody. All right. So, as promised, we're coming back with some plans for graduation for this year for discussion. I did want to highlight some of the considerations that we took into account as we worked through this, and note that we did talk with each principal collectively, and then I spoke with each one individually after we developed the plan options, and worked with Mr. McAteer, even though he doesn't have a graduation this year, was very helpful in trying to make sure we lined all these thoughts out. So things that we paid attention to: number one, we heard loud and clear, no overlapping times, so you'll see that noted in both of these proposals. Trying to maximize the use of our home campuses, certainly understanding weather challenges, so we did present an option we'll go over in a minute that has more morning graduations. No traditional high schools can graduate during the day while students who are in grades 9 through 11 are still attending, so that's why we start our graduations when we do, especially if you're graduating at your home stadium. To try and manage your 9th through 11th graders taking finals and a graduation would not be possible. And also noting the summer school begins the first week of June. We'll talk about that in just a minute. All right, so there are two plans for you. So this is Plan A that we have listed out. Plan A is a little more similar to what we have typically seen with our graduation schedule. So starting towards the end of the school year and having graduations at separate times. You'll note Bellevue High School and Lake Weir High School are early in that schedule. Friday night for Lake Weir at their stadium. Bellevue traditionally is that Saturday morning, and so their request was to keep that at their stadium Saturday morning. Wednesday the 27th at Stan Toole Memorial Stadium at North Marion High School for North Marion. Wednesday the 28th at Richard Kennedy at Dunellen. Friday the 29th, Vanguard did request the Southeastern Livestock Pavilion. So we do have that included as the location for them. And then we did confirm with World Equestrian Center that they are available for Saturday, May 30th for our two largest high schools to be able to graduate at that location. So Forest in the morning, Westport in the evening. And then the MTC graduation is on there. So that is Plan A. Plan B was to try and look at a way to schedule all of our graduations in the morning, since we're going to be uncovered if we're not at Livestock Pavilion for majority of these graduations. How could we make that work? So you'll notice the difference with this plan is that we are shifting now more into June because we can't double up a morning and evening graduation if everybody's graduating in the morning, so that we don't have any overlap. Bellevue High School's graduation would remain the same. Vanguard's would remain the same, but would be in the morning on May the 29th. That is a teacher workday, just for understanding. So teachers are still on campus, and the principal felt, even with 8 a.m., that she could manage teachers completing grades that day and still be able to handle graduation early in the morning. Westport's would stay at World Equestrian Center, as they are the largest school and they have no way of accommodating all of their guests at their home stadium if they're graduating 700 plus graduates. Forest High School, moving them back to Forest at 8 a.m. on June 2nd. Lake Weir on June 3rd. North Marion at their stadium June 5th. Dunellen at their stadium June 6th. So this would all be 8 a.m. graduations. The caveat with this is that we would have to push summer school back by a week. We would not be able to run graduations in the morning while summer school is happening at the site, for the same reason that we wouldn't want to do it while students in grades 9 through 11 are on campus. So summer school would be delayed a week, and then we would end up extending summer school an additional week into July to make sure that we capture all the required minutes to be able to issue credit for students who are taking driver's ed or algebra. When I talked with the principals, just so you know, their preference was Plan A. Their big concern with Plan B was not the morning. They like the idea of morning graduations. Their concern was the farther we get beyond the end of the teacher's contract year, a lot of them start going on vacation, and it will be harder into June to keep teachers back and have a full garrison of teachers available to assist with all the volunteer work that's needed to be able to run a graduation. So could they make it work? Yes. Given their preference was Plan A over Plan B. So that's the short and sweet, and I will turn it over to you all for questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Whitehouse. First, what I'd like to do is, first, Dr. Brewer, do you have anything you want to add before the board starts discussing?
No, but I just want to just remind the community that this presentation to you is because of the request and the concerns that the board shared from not just this past graduation, but the years prior, especially with the growth that we have in our numbers and us utilizing the Southeast Livestock Pavilion, where they have been great hosts. We are just simply we have outgrown that area, so we needed to do something different. And so I appreciate Mr. Whitehouse and the principals for coming together to look elsewhere, even though we know it's hard to change. Change is hard.
It is. Even when it's good,
Yes.
it's hard. So board, what I'd like to do first is just ask if you've got a preference on either of these plans, so then it may limit the conversation of what we need to go through. So Dr. Campbell, do you have a preference?
I have a preference and also a comment, because both of them show the MTC graduation on June 11th. I don't know if there's any way to move that, because that is and has been in the middle of the Florida School Board Association conference. And so I will be being sworn in as president on that day, and so I don't know how that, I certainly won't be at MTC graduation on that day. If it could be moved back to the Monday of that week, I don't know if that's even a possibility. But I know the Tuesday is a school board meeting, but Wednesday through Friday is the summer conference for Florida School Board Association.
Anything, we could probably move it backwards, but usually his dates, and that's what we're dealing with right now at the winter one, it's based on his program completion time.
Okay,
And
so then the
so-
week after maybe, but anyway, that was, but I think I would probably lean towards Plan A, but with a caveat, what we don't have knowledge of here is the cost associated with World Equestrian Center for a full day. And so a lot of this also in somewhat is going to tie down to cost for me as well. Moving to the high school stadiums is a wonderful concept in theory. I understand that it still is about a $10,000 cost for Bellevue to have it at there, and that's shocking to some people. Part of that is because of the sound system. So I know we've just done a really good job of making sure all the auditorium lighting has been changed. I don't know that we have done as much with audio, maybe so, but even with that, they still have to rent out audio, and so we don't know costs associated, but I'm still kind of leaning towards A.
So Bellevue, just for your awareness, Dr. Campbell, is actually in the process of purchasing a new sound system. We're trying to get that agreement approved so that we can go ahead and get that purchase and installed.
Perfect.
So that could alleviate that cost if we're able to get a much better sound system installed at the campus.
Perfect. And the other stadium sound systems, do we have a running idea of what that would be like and how much? Because the predominant challenge that we had this past year was with a rental sound system. And so if that's going to be a challenge on any campus, regardless of where we go, then some of this conversation is moot. But it's still not, because we have outgrown the livestock pavilion in a lot of ways. But understandably, Vanguard doesn't have a stadium on their campus. So they're going to have to be off campus anyway. And so I can respect that they want to just go with what they've always done, rather than going to Booster, which is something all brand new for them and not even on their campus. So I can see why they're making that request. But anyway, those are my initial thoughts.
All right, thank you, Dr. Campbell. Ms. Thrower?
Plan A, for sure, and I appreciate that the principals had so much voice in this. I don't think that they want their graduations to go off uncomfortably either. So I think that our school board has made it clear that we want these ceremonies, to be honorable and audible and, everything that you would expect, while honoring some traditions. And I certainly hope that at some point in the nearest future that Booster will be able to be in play. We did use it in 2020, but there were much fewer kids. It happened to be a beautiful morning. It wasn't raining, it all just worked out. But there's some infrastructure needs that really, to make that viable, need to happen. So I'm good with A, and hopefully we can do something with FSBA.
That would be Eric, too, for sure.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Thrower. Yes, Dr. James?
I prefer A. Feedback, just one piece of feedback I have, since the Livestock Pavilion is the really only location undercover, would it be possible for Vanguards to move to the evening of Friday and take either North Marion or Denellens and move it to the morning of Friday? We do 2 graduations on one day. often. And so then knowing that there's cover, and so we know rain is less likely in the morning, just alleviating one of those evenings and moving it to the morning. So taking either North Marion to Friday morning or Denellen to Friday morning, and then moving Vanguard to Friday night, which they're typically have a night graduation anyways. That's just the feedback I have as a way to try and get as many mornings as possible.
Okay, I too am in Plan A. Although I understand the struggles that Vanguard is facing with location, I'm not comfortable at the Southeastern Livestock Pavilion simply from a safety perspective. There were a lot of other challenges this last year. And I understand that I'm in the minority up here, but I wouldn't feel right if I didn't express that concern up front. That last year during some of those graduations, I personally did not feel safe. And we had 16 SROs on the grounds. So I want to state publicly that that is a concern for me over tradition, over cost, over audio, over anything that's been discussed by this board. That still is a concern for me.
And Chair, can I just add, you said something, but I want to clarify. They were not SROs. They were hired detail of either MCSO or OPD.
Okay, thank you for that.
So just to clarify, they were not our SROs that were there working. They were a hired detail we paid to the tune of $70-ish an hour, I believe, to be there. And I'm not gonna die on this hill, so I'm cool to move forward with it, but I'm in complete agreement. To me, the Livestock Pavilion is unsafe. I watched so many things happen, and from where we sit, we can see a lot, and there's a lot going on in the stadium that I don't know, maybe if the officers need to hang out on the stage with us or something so they can see what's going on, but there's a significant amount of disturbances that happen, and it's just not respectful. The whole environment is not respectful to the allure of what graduation is supposed to be. But I'm not gonna die on the hill today.
All right, thank you for that clarification. Dr. James, when I'm thinking about schools, I automatically go and think of SRO, so thank you for that clarification. Anything else you'd like? Yes, Ms. Dorr.
Yes, and also I want to say to the rest of this board that if I had experienced what you all experienced with different schools at the Livestock Pavilion this past year, I would be sharing the exact same concerns. And maybe it's because Vanguard was the last one to go and they made it extra clear to the kids and families, I don't know what they did, but I can tell you it was honorable, it was dignified. You were there, Dr. Brewer. They actually had changed parking for us. They had made, made some accommodations and adjustments, and they were adamant that they wanted it to continue there. So I think that, again, I appreciate you guys not dying on the hill of making everybody be the same and considering, the situations as individual schools. And pointing out that, if we're gonna be paying good money we should be expecting good security and very visible and all of the things that go along with that. And I'm no expert in that field, and so I would imagine that the chief and the sheriff would
Address it.
Yes.
Okay. All right, it sounds like, Reverend Cummings.
Madam Chair, I'm just gonna say, are you forgetting me?
I got you.
But not forgot.
Listen, I think that graduation is a very honorable, followed tradition that needs to be taken seriously. We witnessed some things this year at graduation that was not good, and so I didn't like the Livestock Pavilion. I'll have to ask Mr. Whitehouse, did they ever consider having Vanguard's graduation at Booster Stadium?
Yes, we did talk about it, and as Ms. Thorough pointed out, during COVID, we did graduate at Booster that year, and it was a very nice ceremony, but the facility definitely needs some work, and that's an upcoming work session as well. So the principal's preference when I spoke with her was certainly to have it there. They felt like their graduation went off without a hitch, that they've been able to pull off the last few graduations without any issue, and they would like to be able to continue to use it.
Okay. And I had to ask that question to make sure that it was out there that we did consider that as a possibility. I prefer morning graduations. However, if we're going to go with A, let's go with A. But I do think we need to do something in the future about moving away from World Equestrian as well. I see that Forrest is doing it. On one, you have Forrest in the morning at World Equestrian, but then on the other one, you have Forrest in the morning at Forrest. What precipitated that?
So the rationale for that is we can only get World Equestrian for one day, and so to not overlap, if we did everything in the morning, only one school could graduate on the 30th. Their preference would be World Equestrian Center. They are still a larger high school, even though we could actually probably fit all of theirs into their stadium with some additional bleachers brought into the stadium. They felt more comfortable at World Equestrian Center. But we can certainly re-examine that next year. Westport's graduation cohort will dip once we open our new high school, because we know they're going to pull a large portion of those students away, and so it may be more feasible at that point to start looking at everybody being at their home site.
Thank you. I'll go with A.
I just thought of one other thing. What, seeing as previously our bad weather plan has been, it rains when people come in, but we're still undercover. Outside of Bellevue High School, where it has rained once in like 30 years.
Yep.
So how, what, when are we establishing a bad weather plan for these graduations? Is that going to come now after this conversation concludes? We'll kind of start as a team, you guys will work on a plan, or what does that look like?
Yeah, so, I mean, from personal experience, having sat through quite a few rainy graduations at Westport, I can tell you that the goal is to always time the graduations early so that you have time to wait if it looks like a storm's coming. If you set graduation at 8 o'clock at night and there's rain coming at 8, you're stuck, because nobody wants to stick around till 10 o'clock waiting on graduation. If we plan at 6, it looks stormy, it's Florida. Usually within 30 minutes to an hour, everything's cleared out and you can move forward, which would still allow you reasonable time. I think in all the years I graduated at Westport, we had one evening where it rained the whole evening, and we had to push it to the following morning for graduation, and all the parents showed back up the next morning, and it rained anyways the next morning, so we all got wet either way. So that's just kind of the way of Florida.
And that's just my concern to your point of Wednesday, the 27th for North Marion at 7. That I understand that 7 p.m. is the choice, probably because it's a school day and getting everyone out and getting to this livestock pavilion. But if we moved them to the morning of Friday and Vanguard to the evening of Friday, then North Marion would not have to be so late. Because to your point, if 7 is the hard stop and then we're delayed 90 minutes, it's just not going to work out. So
Now, there are differences, though, aren't there, Mr. Whitehouse, between which ones are undercover for audience versus also ones which are undercover in the totality? And I believe that World Equestrian Center is, those who are on the field are not sheltered.
Yeah.
Whereas even Livestock Pavilion, everyone's sheltered.
correct.
So that's an advantage that Livestock Pavilion has, though it may be a small advantage.
So
Now, my understanding is that Livestock Pavilion is also expensive, perhaps prohibitively so, but it is considerably more expensive. And I don't know if the board wants to address any of the concerns of the Livestock Pavilion with those who run the Livestock Pavilion, which would be the Marion County Board of County Commissioners, I believe.
No, we're good.
So, okay.
Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Whitehouse, I do have another question, a couple questions. With us being at World Equestrian, a few years ago, it rained us out really bad, and we ended up having to go inside to do the graduation inside. If that should happen, are we going to incur an additional cost? And then also, this past year at the Livestock Pavilion, when the sound system wasn't working, we incurred another cost. I think you talked about that in a school board meeting. Have those things been worked out where we're not going to incur costs because they didn't do what they're supposed to do?
Yeah, so to the first question, the World Equestrian Center rental agreement includes use of their indoor facility as a part of the agreement. That's actually where we stage the graduates prior to graduation, so they line up all the chairs for graduation and a stage in there just in case. And so that's a part of the cost. And so the only real challenge then is just moving all the parents indoors, and they obviously don't have as great of a view when they're indoors as they do in the stadium seating. But that is a part of the rental agreement with World Equestrian Center. The sound for livestock, obviously, we're just going to have to go in a different direction with who we choose and make sure that what we use is quality and tested prior to graduation.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Reverend Cummings. Anything further? Okay, Mr. Whitehouse, I think you have consensus on Plan A, and a few items you're going to check on about moving Vanguard to the evening of Friday, and is it North Marion?
Any one of them.
I mean, yeah, you'll bring that back. Yeah.
North Marion's
But you've
my
got to ask, you've got to have the conversation
Yes.
and
Yeah,
see, so you'll bring a finalized recommendation to us.
Yes, I will speak.
Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
So Mr. Whitehouse, you are going to try to work on the MTC date because, again, as Dr. Campbell said, that's always during our FSBA conference. And this year, we know that she's going to be the president, and we need to be there. I think the board needs to be there to support her.
Yes, sir, that's my first call when I leave here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Whitehouse. Is there any public comment? Okay.
See it on Facebook.
Yes, yes, we'll see it on Facebook. Thank you, Ms. Thrower. All right. Okay. Okay, we're moving on to facilities data center operations, a prioritization list. Ms. Usher is here. Good afternoon, Ms. Usher. Sorry, she's still making her way down.
Okay, good afternoon, Dr. Brewer, Madam Chair, board members. Earlier this year, you all directed us to proceed with the Technology Information Services Center, and immediately we started working on it, even though we didn't have the funds in place. Just to recap, in 2023, you all were planning to do this center, but because of competing priorities, we put the project on hold. And it was good that it was put on hold and not canceled, because that way we're using the same architect and contractor, and that saves a whole lot of time. We have had several meetings with them already. With Mr. Benvenuti, he had an additional department, so he needed a few more offices. We have been working with the architect and the contractor. Right now, we're negotiating a price with the architect, and that soon will be coming to you for approval. We hope to break ground in early next year and have it finished by early 27. Luckily, we do have the $1.9 million right now in the budget, so we can go ahead with the architect and the pre-construction costs and all that. But we're moving forward with the project.
So to be clear, the 1.9 is from the warehouse sale.
From the warehouse, that is
So we
correct.
basically were able to use that warehouse sale money to do all the pre-construction work for the data
Right,
center, which I think is wonderful. So there were so many numbers by the time we got to the end of the warehouse. I see Dr. Campbell shaking her head, and you were not a part of that, but we were at 6, and then it was 7, and then it was 9, and then I think we were at 12 at some point for the total cost all in. And so where do we have a ballpark?
Well, from all that I looked at, it was like 6.7 in 2023. Right now, we're hoping to fund it from LCI, as Ms. Boston-Ellis said, millage, in 2 years, and we are estimating about 13 million.
Okay, so 13 million out the door. And you want to fund it from where?
The 1.5 mil.
Okay.
All right. Yes, Ms. Thrower.
And I completely agree. It's systems technology is the heartbeat of what we need and do. But I would also say that there's always a way to lean it out, and with an eye to just protecting the systems and security, of that operation. With what we don't know we're facing going into the next couple of years, it is definitely a time in my mind, to focus on the mission. And it would be great if some extra money was kicking around to make it look a little nicer or whatever. But the employees need to be comfortable where they're working, and we don't want to cut corners on protecting the systems. That would be my ask.
Yes, thank you.
I wholeheartedly concur. Actually, what I love about the elementary schools is the concrete slab flooring that we just epoxied. Like, in my opinion, that should be our new standard. I think it is very trendy, and it is cost efficient. It is easy to maintain. So, you know, as an example of an approach to potentially have a cost savings. Also, potentially, and maybe this is for Attorney Powers, I'm not sure, but can we go ahead and get an appraisal for the property where technology is, so that we can have an understanding of potential value once we vacate in early '27? Understanding previously, the conversation was we couldn't move unless it was a long holiday, which is whether Christmas break. I remember maybe Mr. Benvenuti, or maybe it was Mr. Beers, saying even spring break transition is going to be a challenge because of the workload required to move the resources. And so I would hope we could accomplish a Christmas move, because otherwise we're going to wait until theoretically summertime. But could we get a valuation of the old Central Elementary School with the data center property, and understanding when we sell that, as we did with this, potentially putting that cost towards what this has all cost us?
Yeah, typically when we go for appraisals, we go for 3.
Well, that's what I mean. I mean, the process, yes.
It is not inexpensive. It's tends to, I mean, the cost is significant for the appraisals. And typically appraisals, after a couple of years have gone by, are no longer nearly as valid, depending upon how the market fluctuates.
Right.
So we tend to want to get the appraisal as near in time to the potential sale as we can for accuracy. Otherwise, it's going to be discredited, and people are just going to say, well, we
Outdated.
can't
Well,
really
yeah, absolutely, but
do anything anyway.
if we're thinking of finishing something by, it would, in my opinion, it would be really wonderful if we were turning things over quicker than just sitting on an asset, and then we spent, I mean, how long has the warehouse been empty at this point? It was, when did we move the warehouse? Was that?
As long as it took them to finally get an appraisal.
Right, but, so, a survey, exactly, but to my point, right, the process was quite cumbersome. And so, some of these things can happen at the same time, because if we're building the data center, we know when that's gonna be done, we can think to impact when that transition can occur. We could also be working on the sale on our end, so we're not just sitting on an asset when we need maybe $1 million, $2 million, again, I'm just guessing, to then help close the gap. That's my only thought on that.
And unlike other buyers or anything like that, when the board has asked me to get a survey or an appraisal done on properties, even with multiples, I mean, it's generally been within 30 days. I can rally the troops to make that happen. So that was, the fact that the other one took 6 months was definitely not
Yeah, no, absolutely.
the norm.
I'm just thinking, in the next 6 months, we could work towards trying to start the sale of Central Elementary School property and talk about that, or no, can we not?
Dr. James, that just as staff, we want to make sure that that's where the board wants to go, so we will definitely sell that property.
Well, I'm just one board member. I think you need to hear from everyone, or we need to have a work session on it at another date. But I'm just asking for that to be in the hopper of conversation, I guess, is what I'm saying.
If we get an appraisal now and we decide to sell it, probably we'll have to update the appraisal, but it'll give you a ballpark of how much it's worth.
Doctor?
Okay, Dr. Campbell?
So I agree with both points, that I think it would be helpful for us to have an idea of right now, current market conditions, what the value of that property is. It is a full city block in downtown that's got some historic building on it and all of that. But because of it formerly being an elementary school before it was the district offices, there might be an interest. We do have to do first right of refusal to charter schools or something like that first. So I think it does warrant a work session agenda in the future, maybe as we get a little further down the line, but so we could get a little bit of that information out in the public. We have in the past, Ms. Usher, prior to your coming on board, had members of the community who were very engaged in the conversation about that facility, from the Historical Ocala Preservation Society and all of the group that wants to see certain, lots of folks have agendas for what they want to happen with that property. We have not, in several years, discussed what our agenda is for that property. And so I think having a future work session, maybe 5-6 months from now, might work.
I totally agree.
I agree.
Okay, I'll add
I
that.
will mention that every time we bring up anything about doing with a property that has been retained or disused by us, we immediately have about 8 different entities who all decide we should donate it.
Sure,
So-
absolutely. And that is not on the table with this board member.
This
We
one?
have to be very careful
Same.
about that. Yeah,
There's no donations.
right. Exactly.
Is everyone coming?
Reverend Cummings, you want to chime in?
I'm good.
Okay.
I will say that we do need to get it out publicly in advance, give everyone an opportunity to be heard so that we can listen, and then make our best decision as a board. And we've already been through this rodeo once.
We are
So we
wiser
know,
for it.
yes, so we understand the systems and the potential pratfalls. So we can be more prepared, and chances are it's gonna go a lot more smoothly.
And if Chair, I just thought of one other thing, not directly tied to this old Central Elementary, but looking at Bellevue Santos, because I believe 2027 is the date on that as well, that merger elementary school. And so looking then again at that corner of 441 and putting that also in the hopper, because that should also be a public discussion about what we're doing with that site and then moving forward. I want us to be as proactive as possible.
Okay, I'll include both of them. So, Madam Chair, you want us to proceed with an appraisal for the old site
No, I think what I'm hearing is we want to wait and have a work session.
first, then?
Yes,
Okay,
and then we'll give you a decision.
sounds good.
Start to develop a timeline.
Okay. All right, anything further? Is there any public comment? Okay, seeing none, thank you so much, Ms. Usher, we appreciate you.
Thank you.
Chair, can I comment on Ms. Usher? I just
Yes,
want you
absolutely.
to comment on her while she's here. She's worked so hard to get our schools up and running. I was going to share a few words at the end, but before she leaves, I just want you to know that she is, I don't believe, stopped working to ensure that our 2 new elementary schools and the renovations at Osceola and all the other schools are happening, and she's stayed on top of everything. So I just want to show you my appreciation to her.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Usher. Okay, at this time, we're going to move on to legislative priorities, and I'm going to turn it actually over to Dr. Campbell. Would you like to lead this conversation?
Thank you. I don't have to lead it. I would love for this to be kind of a roundtable. I certainly have ideas that we can put forth, but I believe Ms. Martinez-Young sent you all our legislative priorities the last 2 years, so you would at least have them in front of you to be able to kind of gauge what we've done in the past. I spent considerable time yesterday emailing around some folks, specifically towards the gifted education conversation that we've had in the past, to kind of see how we might want to tweak that a bit. A couple of things that I can tell you up front that might help guide us. I've already alluded to the capital funding probably being a non-starter, and we certainly can keep it as a part of our platform, but in all honesty, we're an anomaly. That folks are not growing, and because we have received the sales tax, and we do have impact fees and some other capital funding sources now from our community, I don't know that it warrants us the opportunity to put that in our priorities. So I'll say that there. The other 2 things, I don't know if you've had the opportunity to listen yet or actually there's one that happened today, but the Florida School Boards Association Legislative Priority webinar that they held, they had a recording of that. It was in the newsletter that we received yesterday, and I watched that back. A couple of things that Dr. Kim McDougall said specifically were related to safe schools. We need to continue to have safe schools and I think we have an item there that we have had before. We can just do a carryover, whatever that looks like. I think mental health still needs to be in the forefront, and we might want to adapt how we've had that in the past. The other thing that we're kind of talking about right now, and this may or may not be something we want specifically on our platform, but it's something that we heard, if you were in the session with the Florida Chamber Foundation, I don't know if any of you sat in on that session during summer conference, where they were talking data and the School Readiness Fund, and how the School Readiness Fund just changing and expanding the income placement. And I actually have some language on what that looked like. There was a bill that went really far this year but didn't get over the finish line. That will impact the eligibility for kindergarten readiness funds for communities and could really hit some of that VPK. Well, FSBA has had VPK, full-day VPK on their platform for years. It's kind of that non-starter, honestly, because legislators don't want to pay for nap time. And when you have 4-year-olds, they need nap time. And so they don't want to pay for a full day unless they see it changed. Well, so this is a different way to go about that with the School Readiness Fund, where certain income levels would be having the access to more funding for what VPK would look like. So anyway, those are my beginning thoughts on that. I would love to hear, you guys have known this was coming. You got emails yesterday. Want to know what your thoughts are before I really delve into what my considerations are. Yes.
A is for attendance. And we got some good traction, got a little ways down the track this year up there. We are not the only district in Florida that continues to struggle with chronic absenteeism. Continuing to request about the striking the 90-day calendar period and adding 365 calendar period as the time period, the talking points that we have had, helping them understand that the simpler the better is going to be important, I think. I also want to remember that we really need to be thanking them for finally getting a cell phone law across the finish line. It's something we've been advocating for years, and now that it is actually a law, I think that we are going to see a huge change for the better in our schools in terms of engagement. We just needed that support because parents, for very understandable reasons, again, you were saying earlier, Chair, change is hard, even if it's good change, and it's going to be for the best. So thanking them for that, and also thanking them for supporting the continuation of the acceleration and the CAPE funding. And we were heard loud and clear. And it just goes to show you that when the people come together, they listen. And I'm glad that we're invited for a 2-hour conversation to talk about what may be looming with property taxes. I'm all in on that one. Yeah. So I'm going to continue to go with attendance as being first, because the rest of it kind of all comes from that.
Can I ask a clarifying, Board Member Thrower?
Yeah.
Do we still want to focus on H5 for compulsory education? Because I know that was a part of the conversation, right? Yes. And so we're not able to start truancy until age 6, but they're starting at 5. Some of them are 5 there. My oldest, her birthday's in July, so she was 5 her entire kindergarten year. Theoretically, there was no way for those types of children to be held accountable. So I don't know if that wants to be a part of our conversation as well, but that compulsory at 5, or 5 by September 1st, or whatever it is, but.
And that was part of the reality. That's part of the reality that I believe they're open to hearing. They're the ones that are appropriating money for all these programs that we have, so we might as well get that ROI. And if they're not here, we're not getting it.
So that was a part of our platform 2 years ago specifically, and we did not include it last year, and I'm completely fine with bringing that back. I think it begins the conversation to say, now that you have forced kindergarten to be rigorous, then let's talk about how early these students really need to have the accountability at the pre-K-12 that we're responsible for. So I'm complete, and we already have that language in the 2 years ago. If we want to make school ages 5 to 16 with 5 by September 1, or if we want to adjust it, but if that's what we want, then I'm all for that. That's fine. Yep. The conversation about attendance, completely respect that and agree wholeheartedly. Where that landed last year, as you know, Representative Erica Booth spent considerable amount of time with us, and we helped her as in addition to many other people in getting that language the way it was written. There was definitely pieces that Marion County had a part of in that. What the information she was really trying to get over the finish line was, it was creating a definition for attendance was really what we were trying to have happen. The Senate then says it was too cumbersome and complicated what the House actually did pass off the floor. So the Senate wasn't really ready to have that conversation. So if there's some kind of playing field leveling that we want to try to do between create a specific statutorily driven definition of attendance and, initiate chronic absenteeism strategies immediately upon the 10th student absence, I think those two things in tandem would get across the finish line what we're trying to do. Part of the challenge with the state of Florida, as you all know, we've talked about it multiple times, is that there isn't a definition for attendance. And so the interesting thing, though, about attendance, we've had so many conversations lately, and by the way, the conference we're planning for December, I was in that conference. I'll talk about that in board comments. It's going to be all AI heavy, and it's going to be so fascinating, all the different topics we're getting. But the interesting conversation about attendance, though, is as e-commerce, that's another thing that you guys, I'll talk about at board comments, as we get greater availability of creating opportunities for students who might not be full-time in the school system, what is attendance? If you're only coming for one class period or only coming for two class, like what does that look like? And so I don't know the answer to that because it does feel like the legislature is pushing to the opportunities for more of an e-commerce platform where school districts who are losing seats, and there are lots more than we are, who have all of these available seats are going to sell those off in the marketplace and say, come in for, so then what does attendance actually look like? And so.
You can see them in the chair.
Right.
Let that be a jumping off point.
You can overcomplicate anything.
Right, but do you think there is space to clarify that by age group? Like to say in elementary, it looks like this, and for middle school, because in high school, I think is where we're gonna have the biggest challenge identifying what is attendance, if you're coming for one class or you're coming for all day. But in elementary school, it's pretty cut and dry. We just want your bum in the seat.
Right, so I completely respect that and think that that would be a good way to bridge the two, like a K-8 definition versus maybe. I don't want to overcomplicate it, but I want us to have ideas and thoughts that will get across the finish line.
You really are looking ahead at what the challenges would be at getting across the finish line, and I agree with you. I think that is going to be a challenge.
Yes. And the e-commerce thing is just so interesting. I participated in that webinar as well. Is that the one you were on too? Okay. Yeah. But again, if say you have a homeschooled student that's coming for a couple of accelerated classes, well, and that class meets 5 days a week starting at 8 in the morning, the expectation would be that would be your attendance. So there just has to be a way to make it as concise and clear and simple as possible. That what attendance means is that you show up on the days that you're signed up to be there. What your schedule says is when you're supposed to be there. And if you're not, you can be chronically absent from the one class that you're doing as an a la carte. It's still a problem because that could be what you need to graduate. And then it affects our graduation rates.
So as we're trying to help Mr. Christian figure out how this is going to look, because he knows he's on a tight timeline, you all know that. We have our first meeting on Monday. Right. So if we were to start with what we think we want to start with, which is attendance, do we want to say, using last year's language, amend 1003.26 subsection 1 subsection B, maybe just say, allow school districts to initiate chronic absenteeism strategies immediately upon the 10th student absence, or do we want to say something like, define student attendance and amend this subsection and take out the eliminating 90-day period requirement? Like, I think both of those things need to be talked about together. We do need to have a definition for attendance.
There are other things that need to be talked about together with that too.
Okay.
One of them is the fact that the legislature just passed through DJJ bills which are make it very difficult for us. One of those bills being one which said that the maximum amount of time that we can have somebody on supervision for parents or children for truancy purposes is a 6-month time frame. Now, that means that from the time that we get the petition entered, we've got 6 months for them to show success. That has been challenging with a number of our cases already. I don't see an immediate need for us to find a way to expedite making sure that after 10 days hit the bell, we can rapidly go into filing a petition. We can barely handle the amount of court time that we've got now. We spend an entire 9+ hour day in court once a month dealing with truancy petitions. That's after the fact that we have resolved most of the clogs from the system of ones that were habitually and painfully truant over years' time. So at this point, trying to find ways to ensure that we can get them back into the mix and back into the hopper is probably not the best option. In fact, the best option may be to ensure that we have maximum ability to achieve resolution within that 6-month time frame, and then knowing that once that time frame hits, if that's not ultimately successful, despite a rapid increase, or I should say escalation, we're gonna have to escalate much more early. Before we could wait around and wait for slower progress, and we're gonna have to escalate much more early, and we're gonna have to escalate much more severely. Then when we get to the end of that period, if the student if that's not been successfully resolved, we're just going to have to go right back into getting them back into a second filing. And a second filing then means, yes, we can do this again. Yes, we can go in for another 6-month whack at it. But ultimately, I think there are a lot more issues right now than there were 6 months ago to think about. Because the legislature, frankly, I believe DJJ in this case, took some great pains to try to assert its authority to handle things outside of the court and outside of school systems. DJJ simply wanted to exert its authority to indicate that they didn't want bed space taken up by courts placing truant children. And to my knowledge, Marion County was one of a very few districts who were operating successfully and operating very diligently in ensuring that there were consequences at all. But a couple of Department of Juvenile Justice attorneys didn't like that and pushed quite a bit back against it. And they have the ear of the legislature, and that's why we ended up where we are. So what we can do at this point is we're going to have to hit it harder and faster with truancy, and then we're going to have to, if that doesn't fix it, we'll hit it again. So, and that's so definitionally is important, but kind of the least of our problems. Strategically is what we've got to do.
And if I think a definition helps clear up the data amongst the school districts, because we're all looking at it through a different lens. But that's really about data disaggregation more than anything else. From a practicality standpoint, I think what is more important is going back to your language you said, essentially saying the 10 days and also 5 by September 1st. And I think if that's the focus, because the definition is about how we are all working in the state of Florida together. But to your point, Attorney Powers, every district is still doing this very differently, and not all of them are as hyper-focused on it as we have been. And so maybe we just say the 10 days, the statement about the 10 days, and also 5 by September 1st. That would be my interpretation.
Agreed. There are two different statutes that I want to make sure we incorporate the numbers so they know what they're adjusting. I want to make sure, Attorney Powers, I know that what was passed this year is going to, no pun intended, handcuff us a bit for the success that we've been having with truancy court, and grateful to Judge King for helping us with all the things on his docket through truancy court, and obviously the team here, we've got a great team that's been doing that. Is there something that you would recommend that we do from a legislative advocacy perspective, asking for that to be repealed in any way? And the only reason I'm asking is because if we were the ones that were being successful making it happen, and there's only one or two others of us that were, and yet a law's been put into place so that we're not going to be successful, it's like the school start time thing.
Yeah, it's only in place for a year.
It was, and then there was also a school safety thing that just got, so they put something into place and then they don't really realize what the repercussions of that are gonna be. And so the advantage of having a short time between them just ending session and heading into committee weeks, like 2 weeks, 3 weeks from now, is going to give it top of mind, it's still fresh of mind, so.
Well, one of the issues, and you've seen this when you've researched Florida statutes, we've talked about this before. There are 2 or 3 ways to get to truant child determination. There's 2 or 3 different statutory paths to take. And then once you get there and the petition is entered, there's a couple different paths, civil enforcement versus criminal enforcement, and what you do from there is a different set of paths. That's why of 67 districts, very few operate on any framework that is consistent with another. Now, I happen to believe that through hard work, we've gotten to something that is a highly consistent, highly legal, and highly technical framework that does require quite an expenditure of resources and dedication of judge, attorney, and staff. But we've gotten there. I think we're really kind of being a model there. And it's frustrating then when we're being a model for that to have, things sort of roadblocks thrown in the way that, just to create more difficulty for us to get to the end result. Now, what I can say along those lines is that if we aim to, the unintended consequences the legislature is going to see isn't something that we have to teach them. It's something they're going to see because we have no other option. And that is that whereas we tried to be gentle in the upswing of enforcing and saying, okay, well, went from 10 days absent last month to 8 days absent this month. Good job, let's see you getting better. We're going to have to, and we already have to some degree, when a student is absent for 2 months' time, or only 2 months in, and they've made 2 months of solid improvement, so they are at 0 absences. That 3rd month, we're excusing them from the program. Right. Bye. Go try it on your own. This is great. On the other hand, what we're going to have to do is, okay, you've gotten a petition filed against you, and the very next month, you didn't. You still missed 6 days. Student is going to have to start having some consequences. Parent is going to have to start having some consequences, and it's going to be fast, and it's going to make people's heads spin because they're going to say, what? Oh my gosh, I'm looking at a potential order to show cause and maybe going to jail for 30 to 60 days.
Sure. So we're going to have more consequences on more students faster. And so what they've forced now our hand is to say, we slow rolled this, only a handful of students actually had to go into DJJ last year. Now we're going to have potentially dozens, depending on how many that looks like, and it's actually going to put more students in detention, I think.
Absolutely, and if I could say one more thing, the pressure release valve that has been, I've seen it in court so many times, is our net house and the shelter.
Yes, right.
And that's what we've used to say, okay, maybe in this instance, what we try is that shelter situation first. The problem is, it is a wonderful program, and it's a wonderful pressure release valve. You cannot replicate it by 60 kids a month.
Right.
It's impossible.
Sure.
So we can replicate it with 2 or 3 children here and there and working it into the program. We cannot replicate it in mass. So that's going to prove difficult.
Agreed. So I think what will be helpful for us as we go into our conversations, and we're talking specifically about this, that we not necessarily put that on our platform, but to have that bill number in our talking points to say, and by the way, we've been successful with, give me some stats, let me have those as readily available as you can, whoever's listening to this. The model, tell us, how many students we saw in the last 2 years in truancy court, how many we've been able to, successfully remediate and whatever all that looks like. but also understanding that the new statute that's just gone into effect is going to hyper-focus us even more so, just so legislators are aware, these two things are actually tied together, because not being able to hold them accountable, but we're also wanting to be able to hold them accountable sooner. So I think back to where for Mr. Christian, I think we are wanting to, using the point from the first bullet from last year, bullet point, amend 1003.26, subsection 1, subsection B, allowing school districts to initiate chronic absenteeism strategies immediately upon the 10th student absence, and amend section, this is from 2 years ago, amend section 1003.21, subsection 1, subsection A1, to be 5 years by September 1 of any school year. Are you seeing both of those being able to tie to, I don't know if you have them pulled up like I do, but I have them both pulled up, so I'm able to see what, because we're taking out some language, so I think we're taking out eliminating the 90-day period requirement, and we're just getting to the heart of what it is we want. And then also on, we had said to make school ages 5 to 16. I think that, maybe both of them have to be done together. But we'll have to have a lot of justification as to why we want that age to be 5. So I'm gonna lean on you guys when we're in some of these meetings to talk about why that's important for us to make a priority.
Rigor.
Do we think they need to be two separate priorities, or in the same, it's gonna be a long bullet point, but do we think it needs to be in the same one, or they need to be two separate ones?
I think it's truancy. I think it is all under the umbrella of attendance. And so I think it's the same point. And we're just talking about two separate subsections, but the collective point is we need to be able to be more aggressive.
Okay.
And also establish the habits early, for what's being asked of students these days. If they're not coming to school regularly when they're 5 years old, unbelievably, that has a tremendous impact on their success at third grade reading camp.
And only because I was in the meetings, Mr. Whitehouse, probably because he has ultra access, someone else I'm sure does too, can go into our data management and pull East Marion's data for attendance and look at the kindergartners compared to everyone else. And then go pull their PM data and look at that. It is eye-opening. Over 50% of kindergartners are chronically absent compared to significantly lower numbers. And there is one key indicator there, and that's because we can't enforce it. Because East Marion has done a tremendous job of enforcing attendance, but there is no hammer for kindergarten. So that would be a data set that and a data set that we could take with us. East Marion from last year is, and I'm sure Ms. Dobbs could help talk through exactly what we're looking for, but that would be the perfect picture.
No, that's perfect. That makes complete and total sense, because we're not able to actually hold 5-year-old kindergartners accountable for attendance the same way that we can. That makes complete and total sense. Okay.
However, I have also seen in all truancy cases where there are siblings involved, I've never seen a single sibling that has bad truancy issues without the other students also having it as well. So if we do have any of those kindergartners who have older siblings, perhaps we need to develop an internal mechanism, and I'll speak to some staff about that, for prioritizing those. Because where we have sibling groups, honestly, some of our largest ones, we have folks with 4 or 5 siblings, and all of them don't go to school, on a regular basis. And that's,
good point.
So that's accounted for 5 of our cases at any given time, times 5 families that are that way. We've got, 4 or 5, we got 20, 25, which is a third of our caseload at any given moment, that is just responsible with,
Yes.
Picking up like
with a very small number of parents.
They see it at East Marion all the time, and the olders take care of the younger, so when one person's sick, they're all home, because the parent still has to go to work.
Right. Okay, so that's attendance. So I'm wanting to try to move us along here a bit, because we do still have a couple of other items, I think.
Thank you.
So what other topics are resonating with you guys that you want to ensure we talk about?
Safety funding, right?
Okay, so last year, our specific statement was increase the FEFP Safe Schools allocations to include additional funding for school safety initiatives, including after-school activities and school safety officers. It feels a little wordy to me. I don't know if there's another way to say it. I think we can continue to increase the FEFP Safe Schools allocations.
Can we just say unfunded mandates?
It's not really an unfunded mandate, though, because it is partially funded.
It is.
Underfunded.
Yeah, I mean, increasing the Safe Schools allocation, so I think we, today's a perfect day. We just talked about, I think we get $4 million and our overall cost is, at least for the SROs alone, is more than 5, I think.
Yeah, but that doesn't include the extra duties for gates and the this and the that, and I mean, all of the, so if we call it an underfunded mandate, is that rude to say? I feel like we use it so publicly, unfunded and underfunded, we use those words so publicly. Essentially, to take the first part of that statement about the FEFP to address, instead of putting all the rest of the language, just saying the underfunded mandates that are in law. I mean, the gates are law, the locked doors are law, all of those things are laws.
Over 3 years? Oh,
Sorry, Dr.
Go ahead,
James, sorry, Chair Conrad, I just want to clarify that SRO contract 5.3 is over 3 years. And so what I shared earlier, that Safe Schools allocation, we received 4.7 for Safe School allocation. The dollar that was different than what Ms. Boston Ellis shared was the $2 million for SROs. The other portion she included in her conversation. I just want to clarify that.
So for Marion County Sheriff's Office, I believe it's like $3.45 million per year. And then I don't know right off the top of my head
Right.
with Ocala Police Department.
MCSO is 3.3, OPD is
Was 3.3 this year, and it becomes 3.45 next year.
because of the new high school.
Right.
And then Ocala Police Department was 2.1, and Bellevue Police Department was 73,000.
Yeah, so it's
then
5.3 million a year.
And it's over the first, so 5.3 is for the first year. The contract is for 3 years, and that's roughly 16 million over the 3 years after we add SROs for the new schools. So that's what makes it a little complicated.
so if we're just increasing the FEFP Safe Schools allocations,
To match current needs and to match current
Not even needs though,
Yes.
current legislative requirements.
legislative requirements.
so that's gonna be debatable.
Yeah, because the pushback we can easily get is that the legislature has given us a half a dozen ways
Yes.
to potentially fill that role. We all know that there's really only one way that's successful, and that's the SRO model with, our school safety staff as a core provider in there. But the school safety staff represent a tiny portion. I mean, SROs are what do this. We can hire our own private security firm, and I think pretty much everywhere around the state has said that's not the ideal option. And very few districts choose that option. The guardians, that's another option for at least a large supplemental chunk. Most have determined that's not the primary option they'd go with. So the legislature can always say, well, we just tell you, here's plenty of ways to skin this cat. You can do it how you want to. But we know that in good conscience, the model that we have that we're working with right now has been the one we've chosen for a reason. So when we say it's a mandate, well, it's a mandate that we cover somebody, but we could hire Whack and Hut Security to come in here and.
But it's not just about SROs, it's about all of the add-ons that they've added in the last couple of years, about gates,
True.
about doors, about,
Inspections.
yes, all of the things. So I think collectively looking at the whole picture and saying, it's still underfunded legislative requirements. Everything they're asking us to do, even if we took the cheapest approach, which we would not, to secure our schools, we still have to have the fences, and we still have to have the guards at the gates. And so I think even if you peeled it all the way back to the least expensive approach, we're still underfunded.
Because all of the cameras and things have to be updated too. It's a constant need that's never going to go away. And I believe that sheriffs across the state have a lot of clout. And I'm pretty certain that, our experts in law enforcement in this county completely believe that the safest method and model is to be doing, what we've been doing. And you would think that that would resonate.
So where are we at with that statement, Dr. Campbell?
So I'm still struggling with the thought of just telling them that they continue to do unfunded mandates, because we always try to have this as positive as we can. So I agree, we need to increase the FEFP Safe Schools allocation. Last year, the reason we said was to include after-school activities. One thing that we always have to keep in mind, in part that we've been talking about today with budget perspective, many other districts are not in the same situation with the school hardening and all of that. Many of them have been turning over new buildings every 10 years or more, and they've automatically been built with the buzzer systems and all. So, I mean, the things that we have been having to play catch up here in Marion County doesn't resonate all throughout the state. But what is continuing to increase is the cost to provide safe schools. And meaning that yes, to maybe, so it's increased the safe schools allocation to meet the increasing demand of school safety or something like that.
The increasing costs of providing ongoing school safety.
Right. Yeah, the rising cost to provide safe schools.
Yeah.
Okay, because that's vague enough.
Absolutely. We've continued to have a, school safety is a human resources intensive factor. Salaries go to a huge portion of that. That's a huge portion of the cost. We do have a lot of money we spend but we can do some of that with grants on the physical plant portions of it. But it's very human resources intensive. That adding to the fact that the state of Florida has been pushing very hard to encourage law enforcement officers to move here from other jurisdictions with their certification and maximize salaries of law enforcement officers throughout the state, which is appropriate to do. But in so doing, it also increases our cost, it increases our market cost for those law enforcement officers here, because you have to pay them a living wage. So that's...
So I have increase FEFP Safe Schools allocation to match the rising human costs of providing safe schools.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
And I like the sentence where Dr. Campbell just said, the rising human costs. However, there's a cost of us maintaining or staying up to date with the current technology that happens so often as we go throughout the year with safe schools. We know that we have to continue to upgrade cameras every so often. We have to continue to upgrade different facets of the technology piece that Mr. McFadden brings to us all the time. So just maintaining those technical aspects is rising every year.
How about providing and maintaining
human capital and technology?
School environments.
Providing and maintaining?
Mm-hmm. Yes, Dr. Brewer.
I do want to comment that what Reverend Cummings just stated. So the school hardening grant that we also utilize for the security cameras and what else is in there? The keyless entry system, some of those are from that school hardening grant, and that has greatly reduced over the last 2 years.
Right.
This year, we're at $635,000, I believe, where just a few years ago, it was over, I think, 2 or 3 million.
That being a state grant?
Yes, and so that's something that
Still
you
coming
could
from the state.
incorporate, because we need that, we know that's only going to continue to decrease, so you can include that in your request.
So for this bulleted item, I've added a word. So Reverend Cummings, hear this and see if this makes better sense a bit. Increase FEFP Safe Schools allocation to match the rising human costs of providing and maintaining safe schools.
It's not just human costs.
Okay, so do I take the word human out altogether?
Yeah, I was going to recommend human capital and technology, but if you don't want to specify, you can just say the rising costs. I mean, covers all bases.
It's across the board.
Okay.
It's people.
Right, it goes across the board.
Of providing and maintaining safe schools. Okay. Are we ready to move on from that one?
I think so.
Okay. And Mr. Christian, I'm creating a document for you. So what do we have as another hot topic for us that we want to include?
Do we want to revisit the gifted allocation or ESC allocation in general? Or transportation, that's another.
Transportation is high.
So I think transportation's a good one. If you will allow me to elaborate a bit on gifted education. So I threw out a couple of ideas yesterday to the team and floated them to some gifted educators as well. There's a couple of thoughts I just want to put out and see that are more specific than what we included last year. There could be a rule adjustment change that would require gifted EP meetings every 2 years. Currently, it's every 3. And if you think of when a student might be put into the gifted classification, the way it says it's every 3 years, but it can be adjusted based on transition to elementary to middle to high. When I think of my own children's gifted at the secondary level, I went to 1 meeting of theirs in their 4 years. And so I'm just curious if, I think that at least early on, that if those EP meetings were every 2 years instead of every 3, I think that would be a benefit. At least that doesn't still get to what we're needing to do all around. I was also asking about potentially funding gifted teacher stipends and determining specific ratios on gifted educators. Also mentioned creating requirements specific to middle school gifted instruction. That seems to be this pocket where we're missing, it's beyond acceleration. You get acceleration in high school, but if we targeted middle school specific instruction for acceleration, there are course codes for middle school gifted programming. So I have probably 15 emails about this yesterday going around. I got so much feedback from everybody. I think we can enhance what that says, but I'm interested in hearing what you guys would like to see with us enhancing gifted instruction.
So I think, one, I don't think we need a rule change to change the way we do business in Marion County.
Okay.
I could be wrong, but I think that we could move to doing annuals or every 2-year EP reevals as a matter of practice. That's just simply a practical decision we can make. So I'm not sure we want to spend time as a legislative agenda item on something that we can practically, that's not a right word, but change here in-house. I think that the focus should be continuing to fund gifted education, because with more fun, because we hate the red tape. And so what we need may look different than what another district needs. But you are completely correct. We lose it as soon as they get to 6th grade. When I was in 6th grade as a gifted student, I had a gifted elective. I went to a teacher who was gifted endorsed, and all she taught all day, I don't know, maybe she taught other stuff, but I was in 6th grade, 7th grade, 8th grade, so I didn't pay that close attention. I went for gifted. And we did pretend stock market and like all this really cool, innovative stuff that like weird gifted kids love to do with their brains. And it was really enriching, and it was an elective course I had instead of chorus or PE or whatever. So, but we need funding for that, because we don't have the funding to add the instructional units, because our ESE money is being consumed by the other end of the spectrum. And we're not prioritizing the unit on the gifted end of the spectrum, because we just have so many needs on the other end. And so how do we ask for more funding so that in this district, we can use it that way? Maybe in another district, they use it differently. But I think collectively, we've all kind of agreed it'd be great to hire a gifted endorsed teacher to run an elective at a middle school. That'd be super cool. But we just don't have the funding source right now to do that.
It would just be, I don't know, because we've just had success protecting kids on the acceleration side, And I know that the gifted kids aren't the same, but in a sense, they are, in the sense that they need a high-level, differentiated kind of program. So since they were very receptive eventually to continuing to fund that, then to me, this is just the next logical step. Here's another identified underserved group that is incredibly capable, that our parents are clamoring. You're a parent, you know, you're representing parents who are clamoring for these types of services so that they can also then benefit from everything that we have to offer. You know, we have kids coming from private school to our high schools because of these programs. We want the gifted track to be the same.
Well, and I think if we strengthened our middle school model, we're losing a lot of kids in middle school, they come back for high school.
Yes.
Like, they really, I don't have the data in my hand to prove it right now, but we lose them in middle school, they come back for high school. So if we strengthened our middle school delivery for those upper end kids, they wouldn't maybe leave for private to come back for public in high school.
Right, and I'm so glad you mentioned that, because I don't know if this would be a legislative priority, but maybe it should be, because we identified a group of middle school kids that did very well with synchronous online learning. I think there were 300 of them. And we wanted to pilot it, but we weren't allowed to do it because we needed to be, we needed to be an A district before we could innovate, which was an odd. Yeah. So, again, if we're talking about school choice and a la carte and opportunities, if we can identify groups of students that could benefit, and we have teachers that want to, teach them online synchronously, then that should be a program if it'll fund. 300 kids was a lot of kids.
That is a lot of kids.
It was either 200 or 300, but it was a good chunk.
So I agree with the full conversation that we're having here. I got a lot of feedback yesterday and a lot of different thoughts. So I think if we almost need to have a work session topic just on gifted education in Marion County. If everybody would agree, gifted education delivery in Marion County.
Yeah.
I personally am still loving the idea of a hub perspective. I know that's transportation cost, I understand that. But if you were able to put my elementary school kids, I've talked about that before, I would provide my own transportation to bring them to a school one day a week, and they would get full day gifted instruction with a gifted teacher, and it was wonderful for them in their early years. And so I love the idea of hub opportunities. A middle school model has been a challenge for me, because the way we deliver it currently, and I just speak personally, the way we've delivered it currently, you have a gifted educator that perhaps is either their language arts teacher or their science teacher or whatever. And so in one grade level, you'll have their language arts teachers where you get your gifted instruction. And the next grade level, you'll get it in science. The next grade level, you'll get it in, or civics would have been 7th, like the next grade level. And so if that's not your giftedness, but that's the gifted endorsed teacher, that's what you get. So your giftedness has to be in science, even though you could literally care less about science, or your giftedness has to be in civics, and you want to be a brain surgeon. So we really have been missing that, in my opinion, as a parent of gifted students. So I think that we can keep it the way we had it, but I'm going to make it a little different, just to say, allocate specific funding to meet the needs of K-8 students with gifted education plans. The reason I want to say that is because the state of Florida, they accelerate, and they count IB and ACE and all of, they think every gifted kid belongs in one of those programs. And okay, I mean, we know that some kids can be gifted in mechanics that may not be an ACE student, and they may, something machinery-wise, and they, they may be gifted in other ways. It's a different way of learning. But for now, we could probably approach what we're at least asking for is that specific funding for K-8, and then that would at least help meet the needs across the board, and understanding that we just did the fight with the acceleration points, and they gave that for high schools.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
I think that's fair enough, and it's broad enough that what other districts' needs are can still be covered with what our needs are.
I love the idea of a work session in the future.
Yeah, if you all agree with that.
I'd love to hear from teachers that are teaching gifted and what their challenges are.
Well, and we've changed the staffing plan. We used to have we're doing that through gifted resource teacher, and what that model looks like. And because 2 years ago, you guys know that was a big sticking point for me. Did away with the program specialist for gifted specifically, which was ironic that we're making this a legislative priority, yet our district is approaching this very differently than the way the board wants it. So, perfect. So we'll have a work session in the future on that. Okay, I have 3 bullet points. Do we have another one? Give me another idea.
Well, I think transportation funding is huge.
Okay.
I mean, and I know we're unique, so it's going to, it's like we almost want to say that the FEFP transportation amount should be based on the average mileage a bus drives or something. It shouldn't just be this blanket number, because if the district is this tiny compared to our district, this side of Rhode Island, it's not an equitable distribution of money, right? And so how do we make it so that, which that could hurt other districts, because if they're smaller, then they're gonna get less money. So then you create like a minimum or something, so districts don't lose transportation money if they're a more compact district. But we need more transportation dollars.
And we would get compression funds to help offset that, but again, it still hasn't been enough to fill the gaps. We've been filling the gap, as our CFO would say, with fund balance, and it's a recurring cost.
So let's talk a bit about transportation, if you'll allow me to opine based on some conversations that I've had recently. The legislature is going to get really sticky in some districts specifically about transportation. They're going to want to know, are districts using AI for routing? Are they making sure that they're, rather than adding to your fleet, are you actually making the most of your routes and that you're having the most efficiency in that area? There's a conversation about hazardous walking conditions and increasing what that looks like. There actually, we may or may not have talked about this collectively, but this past year, there was some transportation thought that came forward a bit because a legislator actually moved and realized that he lived 1.7 miles from the school, and so he wasn't going to be able to get a bus because so he actually had put forth legislation. He wanted the 2 miles to go to 1.5. But that wouldn't have been funded. But anyway, so that didn't go anywhere. If there's some way that we can creatively approach transportation, asking for more, but I'm just throwing all those kinds of thoughts out to you to say, what is it that we could specifically ask for that would still get the point across? I think it's interesting to talk about mileage because, but they're going to then ask, like I said, how's your routing done? And we just got GPS. So, that wouldn't have helped us last year. So we have to be really.
This is a new year.
It is.
We've had GPS for a while.
No, not in the buses. No, we haven't had GPS in the buses. We've had GPS.
We bought GPS monitors for them, so I don't know why that is.
Okay, no, what we bought was GPS on the bus so that the routers could watch them. Not so the individual bus driver had turn-by-turn directions, because I watched it. Like, they did not have turn-by-turn. I watched a person at the transportation office saying they just missed their turn on the radio. You need to go, because they were watching it in the offices, but the bus drivers didn't have turn-by-turn. So that's gonna, so yes, completely agree that we need more transportation funding because we drive everywhere.
And to rebut that from a legislative perspective, if we had the funding, we would have bought the turn-by-turn earlier, right? We can't buy stuff we don't have the money for. So if we properly funded transportation, we would then be able to, yes, absolutely. So to get this extra money, you have to have boom, boom, boom done in the next 3 years. You got it, buddy. If we have the money to buy it, we're gonna buy it.
Okay.
It will also help our attendance issue, and this comes up more and more, and we can tie it right back to attendance, that if a student misses the bus and our hardworking parents are already at work, and there is not a plan B, that kid stays home. And it would be great if there was more community connection so that neighbors could help neighbors, and, you missed the bus and grandma across the street will get you there, whatever. But that doesn't happen as often as it used to, because the way things are right now, it's either 2 parents in a household both working, or 1 parent in the household working.
So I'm just pulling up the FEFP and making sure I need to look at that categorical and see the chart that we had today. It's so perfect timing that we have right here. Is there a categorical specific to transportation?
Yeah.
It's
on the left side.
Thank you, student transportation, got it. So, I'm not sure how that is calculated. So, maybe our request is to adjust the student transportation FEFP categorical to include something. I don't know what I'm
Or an
not sure how that
add-on funding
categorical.
for districts who have surplus mileage over X amount of miles. Like, maybe we don't change the FAFP, we're just asking for districts that are our size to get additional funding to aid in transportation.
To aid in transportation efficiency.
Yeah,
Dr. Brewer?
I have just two numbers for you to add to this. So we have, I just pulled this the other day, 1,600 square miles that we know we transport. And last year, we transported 21,000 students with 31,000 miles each day. Like, that's a,
31,000 miles a day.
Each day, yeah.
And
Yeah.
we would have more kids riding the bus if parents could be assured, and we're getting better on this with the on-time pickup and delivery. But a lot of parents, you know, are dropping their kids off because they just don't want them to miss the bus and worry about them being home alone. So,
the long routes, yeah.
yeah.
so I think if we could add for an add-on, I don't know if the language there is absolutely correct, but for districts of like size, whatever that number is, whatever that mileage is, that square, yeah. Yes.
Square miles and a supplement.
Because I think it's not just a square mileage conversation, because you have some districts that are large, like Levy, but the population isn't very large, right? And so they don't need a ton of buses. But we're pretty big, and we got a decent amount of kids. And so coupling student enrollment and mileage and doing an add-on to boost funding for districts who have a lot of kids in a lot of places.
Okay, bear with me, I'm trying to type something up here.
With an eye to, you know, because the eventual goal is efficiency and increased student achievement.
So this would be a very specific one that would hit us and maybe Polk and a couple of others, but, and so I think that's okay. I liken it to the fact that there's a statute specific that allowed Orange County to have a chair that runs separately than all the rest of the board members, and so they have a 4-year chair, and it's a totally different seat. There's actually a couple of other districts that could do that now, but it was written specifically so it says like a Central Florida district of more than such and such number of students that blah, 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 and so it's written specific that they were the only one. So what if we were somehow increasing the FEFP transportation categorical supplement for district, or maybe it's create a transportation categorical supplement for districts of more than 45,000 students and more than 1,500 square miles.
A good start.
All right. It's very specific.
I mean, it's specific, but it would, Polk would fit that bill, Lake May, like there may be other districts, but it would narrow down those that are smaller and that don't have as many students and all of that. Miami-Dade would qualify, and Orange County would qualify, so they could.
Which I'm sure they're underfunded for transportation
was
as well.
absolutely-
I mean,
What's the conversation?
those big districts with lots of kids are still also underfunded for transportation.
They are,
The price of buses has tripled.
Yes.
they are, some of them do have access to greater public transportation, so that's a different caveat. Those larger metropolitan areas have that.
I think a specification like that is good, because then we're just saying this,
And it's a starting point.
it's a starting
It's a
point.
starting point.
So I'm gonna say create FEFP transportation categorical supplement for districts of more than 45,000 students and more than 1,500 square miles. Understanding if we fall below 45,000, we're not gonna meet that, so do we need to change that number?
I was thinking, yeah.
Okay, you want more than 40,000? Like,
Give us a little wiggle room.
no, that's fine,
40,000.
we're never gonna.
I
What did he
hear
say?
Eric,
I didn't hear him, what'd he say?
Oh,
40,000.
40,000.
40,000, okay,
Going once, going twice. Okay.
Sold.
I'm game.
Yep.
Okay, and then, let's see what else we've had before that we might not have already talked about.
We didn't talk about health, mental health.
Mental health, we didn't talk about mental health, and I also wanted to ask, Dr. Brewer, I don't know if you have this information yet, but 2 years ago, we included the Marion Technical College appropriation request. I know you spoke with Jessica Janasiewicz yesterday. Do we have any indication that we want to move forward with an appropriation request in this cycle?
Yes, so, and I haven't spoken to anyone else since I
Okay.
saw you, so that was
That's
really
fine.
late.
All I know is you talked to her. I don't know what you talked to her about.
Yes, so I will share more, but we're going to have her come to meet with all the board members and the district leadership in September, so we can, we're going to have another conversation before that. So
Okay.
let me share more, but I don't have anything from Monday's meeting with,
So will there be an appropriation request from Marion County Public Schools?
I believe our goal is to always have one. Now,
Okay.
We
didn't last year, so that's what
know.
I want to,
We have plenty of things to ask
okay, perfect.
that are
So,
innovative and that would meet the state's goal right now with, especially career and technical education.
so if we want, for the purpose of this little, to appropriate funding for Marion County Public Schools based on, I don't know, something like that.
Robust needs
So,
and career
well, I mean, something to do about appropriation request forthcoming, or something like that. I don't,
As our fifth item?
yes.
Yes, and I,
Unless we want to do mental health.
well, and I think,
No, I think the
How many do we have?
I think just adding a fifth item to address a forthcoming appropriation tied to career and technical education.
Will it be tied to career and technical?
I think that's how,
That's where the,
We'll
I
get
mean,
more
that's where
push.
the money's coming,
Where the
that's,
focus is,
that's the
yeah.
focus. And I wanted to share, just when we were talking about the giftedness, the work we're doing with expansions of industry certifications, even in middle schools and in high school. We know a lot of our gifted students are thriving in the Bellevue High School robotics
Yeah.
program. They will thrive in our aviation program. So you're right, there's more than the college credit courses. So the more we can,
Even
Down
equine
into middle
science.
school.
Yes. I mean, those Bellevue Middle robotics kids
Yes,
are like national champions.
yes, and Howard.
Oh, and he's retiring soon. That's really scary. Okay, so how do I want to word this? Appropriate funding for forthcoming Marion County Public Schools career and technical, career and
Initiative or request?
technical education request. Appropriate funding for forthcoming Marion County Public Schools career and technical education request. That doesn't sound right.
I feel like appropriate funding needs to be at the end, not at the beginning.
I'm sorry?
I feel like the appropriate funding should be at the end of the sentence, not at the beginning.
Okay.
Forthcoming career and technical education initiative
Appropriation request.
appropriation request. I don't know, mate, that's just, does that sound better?
Forthcoming Marion County Public Schools career and technical education appropriation request.
the only thing you could add is innovative.
I mean, I could take out the word forthcoming, because we'll just tell them that we don't have, in time for our meetings next, because we actually have 2 next week. We're gonna talk about that. You guys got some dates yesterday.
An appropriation request for an innovative career and technical education program is forthcoming.
Marion County Public Schools. I'll just say Marion County Public Schools Innovative Career and Technical Education Appropriation Request. And that's what I'm gonna put that, and that will be our bullet, and, okay, so here's what I have to wrap this up, and then I'll send this document to Mr. Christian. I have amend 1003.26 subsection 1 subsection B, allowing school districts to initiate chronic absenteeism strategies immediately upon the 10th student absence, and amend 1003.21 to school ages 5 through 16 and subsection 1, subsection A, subsection 1, to be 5 years by September 1st of any school year. I know that's long, but it covers everything, and we can talk about it at length. Then I have increase FEFP safe schools allocation to match the rising costs of providing and maintaining safe schools. Allocate specific funding to meet the needs of K-8 students with gifted education plans. Create FEFP transportation categorical supplement for districts of more than 40,000 students and more than 1,500 square miles. And Marion County Public Schools Innovative Career and Technical Education Appropriation Request. Doesn't begin with a verb. All the rest of them begin with a verb.
Develop or submit.
Allocate. Maybe.
Say it again.
Say it again.
So we have amend, increase, allocate, create. And then the fourth one begins with Marion County Public Schools.
allocate funds to Marion County Public Schools.
Allocate funds for, allocate to MCPS for,
Allocate funds for, I'm just gonna say MCPS. We don't have to do Marion County Public Schools. We gotta get shorter. MCPS, innovative, so allocate funds for MCPS, innovative career and technical education appropriation request.
Shouldn't it be MCPS apostrophe, like MCPS's,
Yes?
right? It's-
Yeah, when
it's a
I was,
plural
I had
possessive.
I had an apostrophe on the end of schools, but when I
Yes.
changed it to MCPS, yes. Yes, so allocate funds for MCPS's innovative career and technical education appropriation request.
I think that's good.
Okay, coming to you. Wait, wait.
Because this is going
Go
back
ahead.
to the DJJ conversation, now we're having to be on a faster path.
Yep.
And if that's really the case, then there are other states where a student is truant, who during the school year has more than 5 unexcused absences. Why are we allowing 10 if we're gonna have to move so quickly? We should be getting started at 5.
I think we gotta get started somewhere more than what it is right now. And maybe if we get to,
I mean, I'm all in favor of that, but
Well, the biggest issue I
To
see
get
is,
a letter at 3 days, and at 5 days, they should be truant. Honestly.
I agree, but the biggest issue I see is with staff expectations. Essentially, once the ones that have hit 10 days, which might be a bit of an outlier. It might be because of some events that they didn't get excused, but whatever. It was a month's worth of bad luck that may resolve or may not. But we don't want to create the atmosphere that says that where once a child has missed 10 days within any time frame, that they are the priority for truancy. The priority for truancies are the ones that are showing that behavior consistently, not necessarily, now it's your 10th time, 10 times you're out, because we're realistically not going to be able to fill those roles. We're not going to be able to consistently fill that. We're going to be able to consistently fill the ones that are showing a pattern of truancy. And the pattern of truancy might not be as bad. It might be 6 days every single month, but 6 days every single month out of 20 is horrible,
Right, well taken. However, if after 5 unexcused absences, the school, there is a process activated, okay, you have 5 unexcused absences, what's up? Are they gonna end up being excused? It doesn't mean that they immediately go to court, but it means they immediately have to start connecting and explaining and getting with the program, because again, there are states that a student is lawfully absent from school for the following reasons: personal illness that would endanger the student's health or the health of others. And other than that, you need to be in school.
Well, and I think we have to keep moving the needle to get closer to that. But can't we, again, going to some other thing we said, we were talking about annual reviews for gifted. Can we not just start sending our letters at 5 days? Can that be an internal?
Yeah, the thing is, the only part of the process that is governed so much by time is filing with the court system.
Right, so we
You
can,
can start the process really early on, but I would really want for staff expectation to be that during the initial part of that process, it's all about school working with home. It's not about how quick can we get to 10 and turn them over to the court system.
No.
Because of course, that's not what we do,
Because
nor is it what we want.
absences End up being excused. There
Correct.
could be a health issue and the family's been embroiled and
Yes.
just hasn't had a chance to reach out. We're still compassionate people.
correct. And so I think to Board Member Thurber's point, we can just change our SOP on this. And we can just, if we're all on the same page and it makes sense to Dr. Brewer and the staff, we just start at 5 days, start with letters, and we start really initiating procedures, and we start having conversation. Because we knowing and acknowledging that the quicker we get on it, hopefully we can address it, or we're not addressing it and it's a bigger issue.
And look how disruptive and time-consuming it is when kids aren't in school regularly.
And I will just point out that eventually we're gonna get to a point where we're having, and I think we're really getting close to that. We're having more successes than we are having failures.
Yes.
And we're having a lot more positive tracks back into
Their attention.
regular attendance and kids feeling very successful, families feeling successful, families having a better relationship with their school than they've had in years. That's all going very, very positively. So that's a very good thing. One of the things that we want to watch for on the other extreme of that is, once we get to a certain caseload number, we're going to have to pick and choose what our priorities are. Because as of now, I'll tell you, we're close to the maximum caseload number that we can handle on a docket. So
I think
adding more is not,
Yeah,
not
but
a
I
great
think
thing.
starting the process earlier is creating a more proactive approach. I think it actually could eliminate, it's not going, the kids who are gonna get to 10 get to 10. Like, those families are the families that are getting there no matter what. So if we start the process earlier, we may very well be curbing the habit ahead of getting to 10.
Yep, and I think the reason why we've been successful is because now we have Learn Fair, now we have their attention, that we're really serious about this. And, you know, think back when we first started, we were lucky to get one court date, you know, quarterly.
Yeah, every 2 months was a success.
Yes.
To get to a half-day court date.
Yes, and, you know, we also have bolstered our support in terms of the year-round support of the attendance process. So, I don't know, you know, maybe a smattering of court dates could be added if needed, so that you wouldn't be doing 9 hours in one day or whatever. I don't know, but I do know we're paying for it, we're continuing to pay for it hard. And while we're on a roll, if we can do it internally and just make it clear to schools that the expectation is that after 3 days of an unexcused absence, of self-generated from the new AI system that we just paid for, can go out. You know, a letter goes out, and then on from there. And we're starting to get a lot more business because the schools also know they're getting supported. Where before it's like, we do all this work and nothing ever happens.
Right.
You know?
And that is true. That's what used to happen.
So just something to throw in the hopper. I can tell that this is going to generate a lot of conversations, but I think that the states and the districts that are having the best success have very stringent attendance policies. They just do. And they're more successful than we are.
It's true. Okay, all right, that concludes that item. Okay, do we have any public comment on our legislative priorities? Seeing none, we will move on. All right, I think this is our last item. Woohoo! Workforce housing. Attorney Powers, do you have an update for us?
I do, and I'm going to make it very, very short and sweet. We have Mr. Roberts will be here at our next work session, Jason Roberts, to discuss a little bit more about some ideas that they've come up with. Also has some presentation materials that will be helpful and useful. He has provided me with a number of materials, including some just today, with videos that explain the triple N, triple net lease, and how that works, so that it's from a non-lawyer perspective, so that it provides a little bit more understanding. Also, we have been back and forth with some red lines. Also, I have forwarded those to Ms. Usher, so she can have those along with a list of potential questions that they may generate from my perspective and for her to add to. I am going to meet with them by a Teams meeting prior to that time, and then I believe that the interim superintendent has also set a meeting with Ms. Usher and her executive cabinet to meet on this process internally. I'll make myself available for that as well, so that I can provide any additional detail that they provide to me. So that will all occur before you next meet, and at that time, hopefully we'll have more explanation and news for you.
Okay, thank you.
Anything to add?
No, thank you, Attorney
Other
Powers.
than hot off the presses, while you were talking, it published. So like we have that information already online. So that was seriously while you were talking.
Yep.
Good job.
Okay,
Magic.
anything else from the board on that item? Okay, any public comment? Okay, seeing none, we're on to meeting reminders. There is a special administrative briefing and work session scheduled for August 14th at 9 a.m. There's a special school board meeting scheduled for August 21st at 7 a.m. The next administrative briefing and work session is scheduled for August 21st at 9 a.m. With that, we'll move on to board comments. Ms. Martinez,
No, Madam Chair, thank you.
Attorney Powers.
Believe I've made enough comments for today.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Brewer.
I've made enough too, but I want to share a couple other things. This week, we were able to welcome back, well, last week and this week, we were welcoming back so many great staff members, but I want to comment on, we had our transportation team and some of the board, most of you, the board members were able to welcome them back as well. The transportation team, we had over 400 staff returned for their welcome back meeting all-day event at Westport High School. So that was a great turnout. The transportation team did a great job planning that day for them. We also had our food and nutrition team meet up this week at Forest High School. And it was extra nice because they gave a special recognition to Miss Boston Ellis for her leadership, because as you know, she has supervised that department for quite some time on and off. So that was nice. And again, they had a full day filled with just great activities, and it was nice to be there. I want to acknowledge our custodians and our maintenance teams across the district. They have worked tirelessly, if I could say that word easily. Just this week, they've received over 573 work orders, just this week, since Monday. And they just have not stopped. And so I just want to comment on how much we appreciate them. Everything from our grounds crews to the guys working hard just to get the floors finished and other upkeep. So we're really appreciative of everything they have done. And of course, this week we had our district in-service days that took place in addition to all the work that the schools are doing to welcome back teachers. We had our elementary in-service day on Tuesday, middle school in-service day was yesterday at Bellevue Middle School, and then the high schools took place today at Westport. So a lot of great things took place this week welcoming the teachers back. And as I don't probably need to even remind everyone, school starts on Monday, August 11th, and we are just thrilled to have all of our students return. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Brewer. Dr. James.
Thank you. I don't really have much to add at all. It's been a long and productive day. I'm excited to get back to school. It's fast summer. It was the fastest yet for me personally. I imagine as my children get older, they will just go faster. That's what everyone tells me. But it was a very fast summer, and we are super excited to be back to school and back into the swing of things. And I'm just looking forward to a safe start. Please, 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 everyone, all 21,000 and change that ride school buses, the first day is never smooth. It's not. The buses are going to be delayed. They do this really cool thing where they put all these tags on kindergartners so no one gets lost, and that takes time. So please just be aware. And you would think, well, we're in high school, the kindergarten shouldn't slow us down. But if the bus is delayed in elementary and we are triple tiered, it's still going to be delayed when it gets to you from middle and high school. And so just understanding that the first few days are chaotic. Carline is going to be a disaster. And about 2 weeks in, it will all smooth out and everything will be kosher. So we have wonderful new systems for transportation, but we're going to have to work out the kinks and the bugs. So stick with us. We promise that we will get it all right. It's just going to take a little bit of time, but that's all I have.
Thank you, Dr. James. Dr. Campbell.
Thank you. I have one question, and then I have a couple of scheduling things that I need to talk through with you guys, unfortunately, so this may take us just a couple of minutes. I did have a first question just because I wasn't fully a part of, actually wasn't a part at all of the RFP process for the superintendent search. Are we waiting on a contract, or is there anything, or is it already just done and they're just going to start their, I don't know how that works with an RFP because I wasn't a part of the process, so I did want to ask that.
I think that that'll all be concluded by September. I need to get with Mr. Collins and find out, where we are on that. I don't believe everything's been completely finalized, but it's close.
Okay, so we're waiting on a contract?
Correct.
Okay, all right. I was just curious because I didn't see it on the next week's work session next week's board meeting, and I just didn't know when we might see that, and not participating in those meetings, I wasn't fully aware.
I remember a mid-September timeline.
Okay, perfect. Yep. Literally didn't pay any attention to any of it because I knew that I didn't want to taint the process. Perfect. I did alert you all to the e-commerce webinar. If you Are you guys still getting the FSBA newsletters? I don't know, are you? Okay, all right. Well, there is a webinar that they held. I sent it to the team, so I'm sure that they could send it out to everyone. I think it'll be very fascinating for us to explore. The Step Up for Students did a webinar with Florida School Boards Association, essentially that pay for service for, specifically for the home education students. And more than 40% of districts are already signed up to do that. So our team now has that webinar. It just happened. And so you were part of it too, Ms. Thrower, so that's great. Okay, so scheduling wise, I think Ms. Martinez-Young sent you guys a couple of dates specifically for a couple of legislator meetings. Hopefully those got to you yesterday and you were able to check your calendars. Starting with Senator McClain for August 13th at either 1:40 p.m. or 2:20 p.m. Do either of those times work for at least the majority of us?
Can you say the times one more time?
Sure. So we'll only have 30 minutes with Senator McClain at his office, and it'll, on August 13th, either at 1:40 p.m. or 2:20 p.m.
My question is, doesn't that overlap with Chamberlain starting at 2 or not?
Chamberlain is on the 19th.
The 19th, okay. So
If we choose Chamberlain on the 19th. So
Yeah.
let's start with McClain because that's next week.
I can do either of those.
Okay. Either time? Okay, perfect. So you want to do the earlier one?
Yes,
just
I
so.
will choose the earlier.
Okay, perfect. I will let Jennifer know that. We will choose the earlier one. Okay.
send out calendar invites.
Yes, I'll make sure Elena is copied on my emails to the folks. So, and you'll have that. Then with Rep. Chamberlain, he originally did request a 2-hour meeting, so that, I'm not certain that will take the full time. If you remember last year, we were with him for quite some time.
Listen.
So I'm not certain if that will be here on this campus or in the office. He's in the same office as Senator McClain now. But the date and time I wanted to propose first was August 19th at 2 p.m.
I just have a board briefing with Dr. Brewer at 3 p.m., so I would have to leave by 2:50.
Okay. Is everybody else available at 2 o'clock? And it may not go 2 hours. I mean.
Transparently, I'll just have to leave, that's all.
Okay.
I'm fine with 2 o'clock.
Perfect. Okay, so 8:19 at 2 o'clock. Wonderful. Okay, I will schedule both of those. Hopefully Reverend Cummings heard that, and he'll get the calendar invites as well. And I heard from Rep. Henson and Rep. Gentry. Both of them are getting calendars coordinated, and they'll get back with me, so I'll let you know about them. Haven't heard yet from Rep. Grow. And then we're obviously meeting with Rep. Sapp on Monday. Okay, perfect. The other things I wanted to bring up, so October work session dates. So first of all, the advantage of being president-elect of the Florida School Boards Association means that next year, I'll get to schedule every single date around our calendar. Because I will be a part of that. Unfortunately, I'm president-elect, so this year's calendar has already been set. So October 9th is a work session for Marion County Public Schools. Reverend Cummings and I will both be at an event, actually for 2 or 3 days, board of directors meeting and so forth. My request of this board, could we move that work session to October 2nd, which actually is the first Thursday of the month? But Dr. Brewer and I believe that previously the calendar may have been adjusted because of scheduling conflicts of our immediate past superintendent. So if it's possible for us to move October 9th to October 2nd, that actually is the first Thursday, and I just wanted to ask this board if that's something we can do.
I can do that.
October 2nd, does that work? Okay, perfect.
This is
Yeah, no, go ahead.
the easiest scheduling we've ever done.
I know.
On wood.
Did Reverend Cummings hear that as he?
Well, I mean, he won't be available October 9th for sure. Because that is the board of directors training and all. He'll have to be in Orlando, or he's supposed to be in Orlando with us. So, and we're way ahead of, I was helping Ms. Martinez because we're way ahead of whenever you're placing the ads and all. I'm like, let's do this a month and a half in advance. The other request, and this is a little bit more challenging, I am supposed to also be away on October 23rd. And that's just me, so if I can't be here, so be it. Or I can maybe call in or something like that. But if we were able to move that October 23rd work session actually to earlier in that week, like a Monday or Tuesday, the 20th or 21st. If we can't, we can't. But I mean, I hate to ask for everybody to do that. But unfortunately, there are just some responsibilities that are outside of my control.
I guess my question would be, why wouldn't we just reset October to be the 1st and 3rd like it's supposed to be? And make it the 16th, the 2nd and the 16th?
And we could do the 16th. The only reason, we normally don't do a board meeting and a work session in the same week, but we totally can.
Oh.
That was my only reason to, because I was going to think the 16th, and that would work as well. But
You're right.
that's my only, and I'm fine with doing the 16th. I mean, or
It'll be a jam-packed day, but.
it would be a jam-packed week, but I'm open to either one of those suggestions, and certainly, like I said, or I could do what I said and just call in. I'm supposed to be in Fort Walton Beach for another thing, so.
Yeah, either option would be fine for us. We can make arrangements. Chair Conrad would have to adjust the agenda review if we moved it to October the 20th, 21st week, but also the 16th would be appropriate too.
Well, and we just have a hard stop, because we have ICROC.
ICROC, right. So I'm open for any of that if you guys are open to moving
I
these
think
dates.
the
I'm sorry to
16th
ask.
is the most appropriate in my opinion, because we have standard work sessions on Thursdays. So that would be my first, if we were going to make a change. That also just means though that we're not going to have a work session for 3 weeks. And so if there's work that needs to get discussed, we're going to give ourselves a 3-week gap. And so that's not necessarily ideal, because sometimes that means it's quite a while for us to.
You know that we're always willing to meet, so.
Sure.
If you need us, we'll be here.
Yeah, if we need to have another one, 30th or whatever, then.
Reverend Cummings?
So the 6th, that week of the 13th through the 17th, good week at all for me. But I'm that's what them fine, please.
He said the week of the 13th is not good for him at all. And then what was the other thing you said?
I'll make myself available.
Yeah, we're
I
not-
didn't know that. What
we're
did you say?
breaking up, sorry.
Did you guys hear me?
No, sir. We heard the week of the 13th is not good for you.
The week of the 13th, October 13th, is a bad, very, very bad week. Actually, I'm supposed to be out of the country, but I probably won't. But it's a bad week. I'll make myself available. I won't be in person.
Does the next week work better, the 20th or 21st?
That week works great.
I mean, it's
I'm
up to the.
and I'm personally of the opinion we should keep it. It's a standard, it's not a special board work session. It is a standard work session. We should keep it on a Thursday, and it should be pretty standard to, if we're gonna move the 9th to the 2nd, let's move the 23rd to the 16th, and just have them on the 1st and 3rd Thursdays, which is the way we do our standard procedures.
Except for the fact of that 3-week gap, I know we could always put in another meeting, but that would lessen it to 2 weeks.
You have a special school board meeting on the 23rd anyway, right?
And that would have to be moved also, so that would be for discipline to be aware that we might move that, which we're surely still in a good time to do that. So we would be moving that special, thank you for that, Reverend Cummings, we'd be moving that special board meeting as well, to whatever date we choose for the work session. Again, we're a month and, we're more than, school hasn't started yet, so hopefully we're in plenty of time on that.
They just put a lot of work into the calendar.
I have one comment. October 2nd, just to remind you, I know this is a nighttime event, but that is the night that we have the Osceola Centennial event starting around 6 p.m.
Yes.
Yeah,
We should be finished way before that. I just want
we're
to
about to be finished
make you aware.
way before that, so, yeah, no, thank you, it's on the calendar.
So my vote is the 2nd and the 16th. We're a second on the motion.
Well, I made the request, so I don't care. I just would, I'm grateful that you guys are willing to move them. And then, like I said, once we set the calendar, then next year I'll be able to just
Plug it in.
plug everything, plug them.
Now that we've got that settled out, between the 4th and the 22nd, I'm not available. I'm going to be out of state, so I will
The whole month
either
of October?
4th
Okay.
through the 22nd, the 14 days. So during that time period, if there, I'll keep them, I'll monitor. And if it is a meeting that looks to be, packed, then I will, get coverage. Otherwise, I'll do a call-in, and I will be available telephonically during that time. But if it looks like something that is going to go on for several hours at a time, and I'm not going to be available because I may have intermittent access outside of Starlink, I'll have coverage.
Okay.
Okay. So what do we land on?
Are we going with the 16th or?
I think we should go with the 16th, just
I-
because it's what we
Standard.
always do.
Agreed.
That'll be the 16th and the second.
Okay, Elena, did you get that? Okay, thank you.
Six-
Ms. Martinez
Second
Young?
and 16th, right?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. And then the last thing, this is not something we need to decide today, just making you all aware of a couple of things from additional scheduling purposes. Legislative session starts January 13th. The last day is March 13th. The Florida School Board Association Day in the legislature is January 28th through the 30th. Traditionally, this board has gone up during committee weeks. So 2 potential proposals anytime, and I'm just giving them, you can tell me on Tuesday. Let's just look at your schedules. Potentially November 3rd through the 7th, sometime in that window, or the last week of committee weeks is December 8th through the 12th. So you guys just write those down, look at them later. But those are the committee weeks that I'm potentially proposing, November 3rd through the 7th or December 8th through the 12th. And then, like I said, day in the legislature is January 28th through the 30th if you plan to attend that event. So that's all I had.
Is that an overnight?
Yes, it probably would be. It has been in the past, but not everybody stays overnight. So that's why everybody check your calendars to see what works the best for you. We have no idea what our timeline would be and what meeting would be first, none of that. I just want us to
Get it on the radar.
get it on the radar to know when we might be in Tallahassee for one night is typically what we have done when those of us who stayed over have stayed. So,
Done it the night before and done all day and then come back.
right. So just look at those dates in your calendar, and because we're talking legislative updates today, I thought it'd be appropriate to give you all of that information to wrap up. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Campbell. Ms. Thrower?
Thank you. Yes, it is getting later and later, but that's what it takes when you have a lot to discuss. So appreciate all the conversation today and the decisions and the spirit, and I'm looking forward to Monday. That's all I have.
Ms. Thrower, and I just want to say good luck. Dr. Brewer shared, and we all know, as teachers are all back and working hard, getting ready for all the students that are going to arrive next week, and just wish for a safe and successful start to this school year. So looking forward to next week. And with that, there being no further business, we will adjourn at 2:52.
Thank you. Give a chance to say anything.
Oh, Reverend Cummings.
It's okay. It's okay.
Oh,
No
yes,
comments.
sorry, Reverend Cummings, I'm sorry. What are your
No
closing
comments.
comments?
No comments. Go ahead. I'm good.
Okay, thank you. Okay, board, let me amend that. Well, it's still 2:52. We are adjourning at 2:52. Thank you.